and where to find all the information. And I'm also going to pull up here the schedule for the opening conference so that we can also see where we are. Okay, so the conference this morning, which when it gets started, we have Oscar Vanshi and Luay Al-Hussein, who will be co-chairing it. We'll have greetings from certainly myself and Alessandro Cames and the other members of the team and institutional representatives who will be joining us. And then we'll start right off with the lectures. And I see that Professor Perelias Cornell is present, and I haven't checked for the other ones. Marica Grifo was going to be presenting from the forum, but we decided that it would be more effective for her to present from a stable location this time, but we have her presentation from the forum last year, so she may be integrating some of that into her presentation. How's it looking, Alessandro, with presence of the people to begin? We've got a few minutes, no hurry.
We do have, yeah, like 1 minute, but the good news is that you got the live streaming on YouTube. I posted the link in the chat.
Okay.
So all you need to do,
spread.
Yeah, all you need to do is copy and paste that and maybe the title of the conference on the Facebook page, and that will be live there, no problem. Okay, let me check again if in the meanwhile they came in. Okay, I see Professor Azlihan Unlu, hoş geldiniz hocam. And so that who's the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture. She is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. And let me check the other one person who is supposed to be here and is Murat. Is he here? No, I don't see Murat. Okay, so we should begin in 1 minute, and we will do that by passing the stage to Özge Vanshi, who's chairing our session.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Özge Vanshi. Me and my colleague Luay Al-Hussein will host this session. I am happy to welcome you to the International Online Symposium, Architecture and Archaeology, Connections and Oppositions, the opening conference of Second International Architecture Summer School in the Roma Forum. I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and the following week of collaborating and networking. During the meeting today, we ask you to keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking to the group, and this session is going to be recorded and live streamed. At this stage, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and Design in Özyeğin University, Professor Aslan Ünlü, for her salutation.
Thank you, Özge. Dear colleagues, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as the Dean of Architecture and Design Faculty of Özyeğin University, I would like to wish very good morning to everyone. And thank you for joining this International Online Symposium, Architecture and Archaeology, Connections and Oppositions. I'm greatly honored and pleased to be able to welcome you in this digital realm. Even though COVID-19 has been dominating our times, and it forces us to find new ways to tackle this situation, it's great to meet you with this new form of digital interaction. Before giving the screen to the distinguished speakers, I will take this opportunity to give a brief information about our faculty. Özyeğin University Faculty of Architecture and Design was established in April 2012 with the Department of Architecture having 60 students in its first academic year. And we will be celebrating 10th year of the faculty next year with a full of excitement, I hope. And the faculty has a brief and successful history of cultivating young architects and designers who are creative and who are critical thinkers. At undergraduate level, there are 4 departments as architecture, industrial design, communication and design, interior architecture and environmental design with 46 full-time professors, instructors, and 15 research assistants. As well as we have many instructors from the practical world. And the research possibilities of the faculty are aimed to be increased by offering graduate programs under the Graduate School of Engineering Science and Graduate School of Social Sciences. The graduate programs we offered as the faculty are Master of Science and PhD in Architecture, Master of Science in City and Architecture, Master of Science and PhD in Design, Technology and Society. To that end, our brand new building, which opened its doors in the 2019 and 2020 spring semester, offers an inviting and vivid environment that stimulates the imagination of our students. And we think that the building makes design education highly enjoyable with its shared spaces, exhibition areas, and forum section where we work together and learn from each other. Of course, we all missed our building and look forward to going back to our faculty building. And of course, we wish to host you in our vivid atmosphere of the faculty building. And I believe the symposium will be a good start of the second International Architecture Summer School in the Roman Forum, where connections and oppositions between architecture and archaeology will be discussed with those remarkable presentations. As the Özyeğin University Architecture and Design faculty, one of our fundamental goals is to ensure the integration of our students with the world. Within this scope, I believe that both the symposium and the summer school will create an educational platform by contributing students' professional achievements. I would like to thank to the organizing team from the ISAR, Thomas Rankin, and to all members from different Turkish and Italian universities. And also I would like to thank Professor Alessandro Camis for bringing all the universities together on this inspiring and educating event. As a final word, I hope this symposium provides you with a forum of exchange scientific ideas, inspire new research, and new contacts for closer cooperation. I wish you a very successful and fruitful symposium and a summer school right after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let me introduce the founding member of ISAR, Tom Rankin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Özge. And again, thank you all for joining us. Professoressa Unlu, thank you for your kind words. And to start off this International Summer School, I'd like to say a few things about the organization ISAR, the International Society for Art, Archaeology, and Architecture of Rome. And this is an organization comprised of archaeologists and architects. I am at the moment the architect, although we're in partnership with many other people, including Professor Camis. And my two colleagues, Alessio Di Cristoforo and Dora Cirone, represent our archaeological experience, but we're also joined by Luca Masciali and Matthew Mandrick in America. And we're a growing organization, a nonprofit based in Rome, but with programs also in Abruzzo, in the Apennines, and programs which involve archaeology. We've excavated in the Roman Forum for on and off for about a decade now. At least the team has been involved in projects there in different capacities. And we have worked with a number of different universities. So bringing universities from around the world. I work with Cal Poly University in California, and those students participate in architectural workshops here in Rome every fall. Last fall, of course, it was done virtually, but they've confirmed that they're coming back and they'll be in the Roman Forum looking at our work this fall and looking at your work, because they will be very interested to see the outcome of the design workshop. So we're very excited to see what you all come up with in terms of looking at, in terms of surveying, in terms of cultural heritage analysis, and in terms of designing interventions that connect architecture and archaeology. So thank you all for joining us.
Thank you. And at this stage, I would like to introduce Giorgio Verdiani from University of Florence. The stage is yours. Professor Verdiani, are you here? I see his name on the list. Okay, maybe we have some connection issues, so we'll continue with Professor Alessandro Kamitz from Ozen University for his salutations. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ozge. Thank you very much, Azlihan Hojam. Tom, just a note, I think we're going to have the video from Matthew Mandik. He's still, he didn't share with me the video or the title of that, but on the 23rd, so that would be in the afternoon at some time, so that he could also attend, you know what I'm saying, with California time, which is quite far away from us. And
not an hour.
So we're going to be updating that as soon as it comes in. There's an update on the program of the conference, which is Jean-François Lejeune from University of Miami. He's going to be giving his speech as the last one. I beg your pardon, this is Murat.
Yes, that's good to hear that Matthew Mandich will be participating from California asynchronously, I believe. That reminds me that we also have a great repertoire of videos that we may be sharing with you throughout the conference, throughout the week, the workshop, because we have interviews with the archaeologists. We have some really great lectures from past years. So once in a while, we'll be bringing those in as well to enrich in the offering.
Okay, so sorry, I'm back, and it seems like Professor Murat apologizes for not being able to join because of some unforeseen issue and health issue. So he is, of course, apologized, and he might be able to join later today or any other day. We will be welcoming his salutations on another day when possible. So I just said, okay, here we go. I got a PowerPoint for myself. Let me quickly introduce the quote we have used for the announcement. That's the translation from the Italian. I have seen with my own eyes and measured with my own hands the fragments of many ancient buildings. That's Andrea Palladio. So Palladio, as many others, Peruzzi, Raphael, and others of these very famous Renaissance architects, but even later, they used to go to the Forum and measure these buildings, these fragments, and survey also these buildings. And then their architecture was inspired by this. So, but this is not only Renaissance, it's also modern. Le Corbusier went traveling around the Mediterranean taking notes, and Louis Kahn and many others. So what we're doing today is basically the same. We're measuring, surveying ancient fragments and seeing them with our own eyes, and then we're designing something which is not going to be Renaissance or Baroque, of course, but we're basically walking in the footsteps of these ancient people, standing on the shoulders of giants. So that is basically the brief of this symposium, where we're looking at the keywords opposition and connection between architecture and archaeology, because recently, in maybe the last 20 years, every time there's a modern design for an archaeological site, a lot of people are complaining they don't like it. There's no architecture in the archaeological site. But on the other hand, we know that in the past this happened a lot. But because when these architects were designing at their time in the Renaissance, it was contemporary at that time, and nobody argued. But maybe they had a different sensitivity because they surveyed and measured with their own hands and seen with their own eyes those fragments, something we're not really doing now today, not anymore. Somebody is, of course, the archaeologist, but not the architect. So we lost that sensitivity. In a way, this summer school and this opening symposium is aimed at, getting back that sensitivity that could allow us to design contemporary buildings, pavilions inside an archaeological area. So our summer school is blended because of the pandemics, but most of it, let's say, is going to be online, even though a lot of people are going to be on site doing surveys and measuring and sharing with us what they see with their own eyes through cameras and phones. We designed our online virtual learning environment upon an old model, the medieval classroom. That is an illustration of University of Bologna alma mater, the oldest university we know of in Italy, founded as early as 1088, showing the teacher standing on the cathedra, what used to be called the cathedra, and the students sitting on their desks, sitting on their chairs, writing on their desk. You might notice in this picture a woman. No, even more than one. There are like 2 or 3 women sitting there. So the university, as a medieval institution, is founded on the principle that everyone has the same rights of men, women, old, young, regardless of religion, faith, gender, and language. So that is the principle upon which is founded university, making it quite different from other schools that we had in the past, such as religious schools or state schools that did not share those same principles. Now, on this picture, we see the classroom. We designed our virtual learning environment upon the same principle. So we have, you see, this is like a plan of a building. Our summer school building, where we got an entrance, and then we got an atrium, we got a corridor, we got the main room dedicated to Sedat Hakiyelem, a prominent Turkish architect. We got a Café Byzantium, but also we have workshop rooms. These, which are hosted on Google Meet platform, each one of them contains a cathedra. We're going to see today we have illustrating all those spaces, virtual spaces, the syllabus, which has been shared with you through the Google Classroom. And just take a look at the learning outcomes of this summer school. Understand the history of the Roman Forum and of the Palatine Hill. Recognize the principles of archaeology and stratigraphy. I think that will be mostly provided by the lecture of Professor Per Cornell. Develop a digital survey in an archaeological area. That part is taken care of by Giorgio Verdiani and his team from University of Florence. Design in an archaeological area, applying Cesare Brandi's theory of restoration. This is what we're going to do in the design teams. Present in public the results of the survey and design using digital tools. We will do this on the last day. Each team is going to produce at least 2 A1 horizontal boards, and we're going to have to present them in public. We got one design brief and 1 digital survey brief. We're not going to go into that right now. We're going to do it later, maybe tomorrow. So let's take a look at all these spaces. Okay, we got the entrance, which is the HISA website. In this map, all those spaces this is a PDF, are linked. So if you click on EZ, you will go to EZ. You will go to EZ website. Then we got the Coursera course, The Changing Landscape of Ancient Rome, Archaeology and History of the Palatine Hill, directed by Paolo Carafa at University of Rome Sapienza. We asked our students, 27, to attend this course before the summer school. And I didn't check this morning, but as I checked yesterday, only 2 did so, Caroline Sousa and Malaka Fahami. So we should, bravo to Caroline and Malaka. And we do have the IZAR Architecture Summer School Facebook group, which is a private Facebook group for some strange policy of Facebook we couldn't change. And you're all welcome to join this group and use the hashtag IZAR Summer School, IZAR School Rome hashtag for your posts there and elsewhere. We have the pin board, which is representing the corridor of our building. And in there, we're going to be interacting. We asked our students before the beginning of the summer school to read Cesare Brandi, Theory of Restoration, and quote 3 sentences from there using the APA 6 edition style. I didn't check this morning, I checked yesterday, and it seems like Belize Buzra Shaheen, out of 27 students, is the only student who did this. So bravo, Belize. But the other ones, please do so, because we're going to use this in the next days. We need you to do this. It's not just optional, because we want to create a word cloud like this one that is from last year's edition, which is representing all the words that each one of you has selected in that reading and quoting operation to create some kind of inspiration for the teamwork. We got the Google Classroom, which you probably all know. All the students were invited there, and the teachers. If you haven't joined the Google Classroom, please do so. I think Giorgio Verdiani is the only teacher who didn't join yet. And we do have the Google Drive, Team Drive, which is an unlimited space offered by University of Florence, where each one of you should be able to access. If you're not, you just click request the access. It will be granted to you by me or Giorgio. Of course, there's 2 folders, 2020, last year's edition, 2021, this year. So please put all your stuff in 2021, but you're welcome to go and take a look at what is in 2020, 2020. We do have the Miro whiteboard, which is going to be used for a midterm review and final presentation in order to annotate. And also we're going to use this to review the archaeological drawings we're going to do in tomorrow. And then we have these workshop rooms. Each one of these, is linked there and has its own cathedra. Giuseppe Valadier, where me, Marica Griffo, Elenia Ricci, Ozgos Guvalci, Naristei Brevo, and Francesca Montanaro are going to be working on architecture and restoration, which is the name of the Architettura Restauro, the master course at Sapienza. We got Ranko Radovic, where Darko Reba, Olivera Markovic, Luaya Hussein are going to be working on architectural design. We got Giacomo Boni, dedicated to digital survey, Giorgio Verdiani, Luca Masciali, Lenia Ricci, Andrea Pasquali, Alexia Caralambus, and each one of them has the Jamboard. Rodolfo Lanciani, Tom Ranking, Raffaele Tarallo, Teresa Pacano, working on architectural design. You see, each one of these resources is provided by a different university. This one is Sapienza, and then this one is Bilkent University, Carlo Mollino, Giorgio Gasco, and Giuseppe Resta. This is going to be used by the students who are in Ankara and who will be mostly working in presence in the Faculty of Architecture of Bilkent, but they also have their own virtual workshop room. Well, I think we can stop here, because we should. What about the timing? How's the timing?
We have 10 minutes to 10 o'clock in Rome.
Okay, so Giorgio, are you able to say hello?
Hello. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I am on the move for a survey on the road to have you in this new edition of the survey operations, starting from the 21 from the 20 in Rome and from the 21 at the Roman Forum for the new surveys. But later on, during my presentation, I will indicate you where to find all the previous data and all the resources from the past year edition. So it's nice to have you in this workshop. This is obviously clear for the group that takes part directly to the architectural survey of the area. But obviously, any of you taking part to other groups is free to ask and to meet us for information about the metric specific drawings and materials taken out from the digital survey of the past year that I will indicate you in details during my presentation. So it's a pleasure to have you in, once again, I tell you, and it will be nice to work together over the data set from the laser scanner and the photogrammetry survey. So wrong, we will be not able to have any aerial survey of the area, but all the terrestrial operation taken by 3D laser scanner and photogrammetry will be done and shared with all of you. And that's all for now. We will have time later on during my communication for more details about the data and about the technologies used for this part of the seminar of the summer school. So see you later.
Thank you.
Okay, Özge, if you want me to fill in a little bit more, I got space to do that, but if not, it's up to you.
I think we can start because it's almost 10 o'clock in Rome, and we are going to begin with the lectures. Okay, each speaker is going to have 20 minutes for the presentations, and we will have 30 minutes for discussion in the end of the session. And again, I'm reminding to keep the microphone muted unless you're speaking to the group. And our first presenter today is Per Elias Cornell. Professor Cornell has worked with research and teaching in Argentina, Bolivia, Mexico, Nicaragua, and other countries in Latin America, but also in South Asia and Europe. He has ample experience of archaeological fieldwork, mainly from Latin America, but also from Sweden, Italy, and from Catalonia. The title of his presentation is Archaeological Field Methodology, the Question of Time and the Concept of Stratigraphy. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I think there's a mistake in the title, but Professor Per Cornell can confirm the title. Okay, sorry for that.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I will try to share my screen. See if that works. I actually will give another presentation on Monday, which will be related to archaeology and what archaeology could be, and in particular the concept of stratigraphy. And I will also try to address a little bit this interesting question of the relation to architecture and architects. But today I am going to speak about more general issues. We could say that I'm going to try to confuse you all in my presentation today. It's very brief and it's related to certain interesting questions we all have in common and how these have been addressed and discussed. First of all, it's evident that we have questions of change, rupture. We have also questions of continuity, direct continuity, and we have questions of iteration. When we try to copy that part fail and construct something partially different. And we have processes of new in relation to something. All these things happens. So they are part of what a society is. And even if some societies try to avoid some of these things, they will have them anyhow. And actually, Forum Romanum is a very good example. I would recommend you all to try to read a bit about Forum Romanum and look around. And it will become increasingly evident to you that all these processes have been going on and are going on at Forum Romanum. So that is actually a magnificent example of what I was stating. But there are also certain general questions we could address here and think a little bit about. we could start with this idea of the utopia. Thomas More's book he wrote around 1516. In this book, he has the idea of creating something that is entirely new, starting from zero, so to say, the tabula rasa. There are many interesting things to say about this book. But one of the interesting issues is that he wishes to step out from time in a way. So time is not, to him, an important issue in the utopia. So the utopia, of course, starts from a rupture and a discontinuity, a sudden change, but it also establishes a continuity, which is supposed to be absolute and without end. There is an interesting paradox here, of course. If we look at certain modernist architects, for example, Le Corbusier, and Alessandro quoted some interesting things from Le Corbusier recently, which are true. At times, he's very much interested in history and uses history and cultural heritage in his own architecture. See if I have time to come back to that on Monday. But he, at the same time, introduced this notion of a sort of regular change of each town, an idea that after 50 years, each town should be renovated entirely, and there should be nothing left of what had existed. Of course, this was a very radical and dramatic position, which he himself abandoned. But the idea has played an important role in the debate on how to create and make built environment. I've also tried to think about what should happen if we tried to follow his instruction, that there should be an entirely new town after 50 years. That would be a very complex and intricate and difficult process of building, of logistics, how to move the population from one town to another in 1 year. Of course, this is irrealistic and absurd. But when applied, this becomes something quite different. There's a sort of creation step by step of an old town into something different. And the velocity of this process differs completely in different examples. Today, in Sweden, particularly in Gothenburg, where I'm working in Sweden, most buildings are supposed to have a duration of 30 years. So the new building for the Faculty of Humanities, which was finished last year, is supposed to last only 30 years. It's a very short time span if we compare with certain buildings at Forum Romanum, for example. At the same time, they speak about sustainability, but a sustainability which does not include the notion of the sustainability of an individual building. And at the same time, as we see this notion of the 30 years duration of a building, we also see a lack of interest, an increasing lack of interest in older buildings. That interest is declining in Sweden. And there are certain architects publishing texts that we should absolutely try to demolish everything of what remains of old buildings. That has come up as a new argument, going back to ideas from certain modernist thinkers from the beginning of the 20th century. So that is actually happening right now. But at the same time, modernism has been a very complex notion, and they have also created, actually, I would say, the notion of systematic cultural heritage. And in a way, when they did that, they also added the idea that there were absolute periods with perfect characteristics, which we could easily understand. So that they had this idea of units in time. in which everything was the same. And then came another unit which was entirely homogeneous and absolute in the same way. That is one of the problems of this modernist concept of cultural heritage as it became defined in the 19th century. It also included interesting things. For example, the Italian Risorgimento gave a lot of importance to the ruin. That is a very interesting thing. I'm fascinated by it. And I think the ruin is an important factor in our contemporary lived world. But there has been a lot of people who have not considered it a suitable element in a contemporary built environment. For example, the famous art historian Alois Riegel, who attacked the idea of the ruin. That was something that was decadent and destructive, destroyed the possibility to think in new ways, and supported decadent living. He was not against creating new buildings which were supposed to copy an old building as it had been at its point of splendor, but he hated the idea of a ruin. It's interesting to see this extreme position. Of course, it has to do with the conflict which existed between Austria and Italy at that time, but it is still interesting. And I think that these topics should be addressed more and discussed more in depth. There is a funny anecdote. When Antonio Munoz was destroying and demolishing things in relation to the area between the Mercati di Traiani, the Traiano complex for selling things at the opposite side of the Forum Romanum. The area between that and the Forum Romanum, they've been more entirely demolished as they looked in 1900. That was demolished in the 1930s under the direction of Antonio Munoz, who was the architect of Rome at that time. And he actually met Le Corbusier at that point, and Antonio Munoz has described that meeting. And Antonio Munoz tried to describe for Le Corbusier how the stones of a road from the Augustan times was very important because the Duce and Mussolini could walk on it, and that was a sort of major historical event. Le Corbusier applauded the destruction of the ruins, but he could not understand its link to the past, which Munoz talked about. And what Le Corbusier suggested when he had finally accepted, okay, you can have this ruined area and let it be there. I if you like it so much, I can accept it. He suggested that they should create a gigantic, enormous construction of concrete, a bridge covering old Rome, and that tourists could see the ruins from above. It was too cumbersome to walk around down there. That would have been, of course, a terrible idea. That is not something I would suggest you to work on as a means of illustrating the antique remains at the Forum Romanum. But this is an interesting anecdote and illustrates different positions and in a way. Of course, there are different theoretical positions as to what built environment represent. This idea of a present that is absolutely homogeneous has been very common in theoretical literature. And we can see it in the sociology of famous people like Durkheim and Mauss in France, for example. They state explicitly that a built environment represents a particular time period and is homogeneous. Represent that society is that society. Point. Nothing else to say. That idea, of course, has been taken up by many other thinkers. It is also represented by people like Mumford and Gideon, very interesting thinkers in the 20th century. But this position of the absolute present with no element from the past is very strange, actually. But of course, a built environment does consist of elements that are at times difficult to alter. The social anthropologist Edmund Leach He suggested this when he discussed Purulia, which was a village, a small village in Sri Lanka Ceylon, Sri Lanka in the 1960s. The physical arrangements of the living and the producing created an environment which limited the possibilities to alter it. If you wanted to alter it, you had to change it quite dramatically. So there were only possibilities of doing minor changes if you wanted to preserve more or less the landscape that had been created. So an existing built environment does put certain conditions and limits if you do not accept the idea of demolishing everything. So this is also an interesting notion that must be kept in mind. A skeleton of buildings may be used for different purposes. The details will be different, but there are certain things that will demonstrate continuity. Outer walls, for example, the alignment of streets. An example of this is the old town in Stockholm. In the 1920s, it was called a slum district of Stockholm with poor people and poor living conditions. Today, it's rather an area with upper class and upper middle class living residences. It's the same streets, the same outer walls, but of course, inside the buildings, they are completely different if we compare in the 1920s, and even more if you compare with the 16th century, and most of the buildings were created. So there is continuity in certain elements and not in others. And here we come to this difficult and very interesting concept of type. This is, of course, an abstraction. It is a necessary abstraction. It will involve the analysis of variations. And if used properly, it is a magnificent instrument. But if we look at bad applications, it can destroy more than it helps. That was the case with Swedish traditional ethnology. If we look at, for example, the famous Skansen, the outdoor museum with peasant buildings from ancient times from different parts of Sweden, these buildings seem to have been just taken from some rural area and put up at the outdoor museum, but that is not the case. They were transformed physically to follow certain models which were supposed to be a given type by the ethnologists. So in a very physical way, they were transformed to follow the ideas in the mind of certain scientists, rather than being representing what a building had been at some moment in time. That is interesting. And actually, most lived environments consist of elements from different times. As Roy Bhaskar, for example, if we can leave behind his discussion on epistemology and his philosophical positions, but he does discuss in an interesting case how different things from different times are juxtaposed in Calcutta. At the same time, we can see similar arguments, for example, in Derrida. I think that that book, which contains a total dialogue between Eisenman and Derrida, demonstrates that Eisenman had difficulties in understanding. Derrida was talking about different time periods, which Eisenman had difficulties to think. We could discuss, as society is consisting of threads and ropes, elements from different time periods, which are juxtaposed in different ways. We can just, I will end with this, with some images. I avoid images because you will see so many interesting images in this summer school. But I'll just finish with a completely different example from Mexico, from Quintana Roo, the state of Mexico, which looks out to the Caribbean Sea, the Yucatan Peninsula. This landscape you see here is how it looked in 1900. A lot of forested areas and some open areas with grass. But the interesting thing is that here they see a lot of small mounds. All these are ancient remains from 500 AD and onwards. These are remains of buildings of different kinds, pyramids, temples, etc., which have not been excavated. and they abound in the area around Cancun. So here we have an old landscape, and only very small fragments of this has been excavated and are possible to see when you visit Cancun. Some of the non-excavated areas are partially visible. This is the new Cancun, the hotel district. This is what tourists see. This is a very important tourist attraction. This is 1960s Cancun, when this town was established. It's a small area which was constructed following drawings from certain architects. But the rest of the town has just grown. So this is part of what was supposed to be the normal Cancun. But most people live in this type of buildings, traditional Maya dwellings, Maya Indian population dwellings. People who work in these gigantic hotels often live in this type of huts, which are ideal for the climate, of course, and you do not need some sort of system for lowering the climate within the house. So this is Cancun today. It's the Capana in Rome and the areas surrounding Rome were common still in classical times. And of course, you also have these very sad and very improvised types of buildings and living areas, which are also typical for Cancun.
I beg your pardon, you have 2 minutes left, Professor Cornell. Thank you very much.
Yes. So, we can find inspiration from several different authors and thinkers. And of course, the existing socioeconomic and political conditions always determine things for our built environment, also for our thinking on the built environment. But introducing time in our minds will help us. And I will end postulating something. This is something I state, which I think is important. A truly human built environment is which is multiple and represents indirectly various regulating principles, various times, though they can be orchestrated in different productive and aesthetic ways at different points in time. But elements come from different contexts and different times. And that is actually what is a human environment, not the one that is only constructed at one point in time. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. It is 11:15 in Turkey. Maybe if we have some questions, we can have them. Okay.
I guess we can come back to many of these questions on Monday, but I will mainly address questions more directly related to the relation between archaeology and architecture. But if you have questions, you can come back to them at Monday.
Can I shoot one?
Yeah, sure.
Because we do have 5 minutes, so let's take advantage of this. It seems like you have presented many different options on how to address the issue of ruins. Discontinuity, continuity, change, rupture, overriding, and many different nuances of how to do this. So we're about to do this at the Roman Forum. So which of the many different approaches that you have discussed would you suggest, or would you use if you were the one doing this?
I would actually suggest thinking about this problem in a wider way and looking at these different approaches, and from that trying to develop a position which could be productive. What is evident is that this is something very common. If I take another example from the Maya, which I mentioned briefly from Mexico, we can find a lot of examples from pre-Hispanic periods in which a new element has been added to an old pyramid, which alters the context and the situation, but is intentionally placed in relation to the old building. So the ruin was also important in the living Maya society. So it's not something that is unique to a European setting or created in a European setting, in the 16th century or something like that. It is something that is part of a human way of being and thinking. So I think this relation between the past and the present, between the ruin and a new building, is something that has always been part of the way people think. And that is a good part of departure for working on these issues.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
I could also add that I'm unable to follow the symposium today because of other duties today here in Gothenburg, but I think this is a fantastic opportunity and a very important topic, or different topics that we're working on. So I salute this summer school, and I'm very happy to be a part of it, even if to some extent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, in case you would like to attend our juries, let us know, okay? So we can schedule that.
I can absolutely do that. Just inform me.
Let me know. Let me know. Thank you.
I can accept it. If you want me to, I can. Just inform me exactly when and how.
I will send you an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next presenter is Francesca Montanaro, which have a degree in architecture in 2021 at the University of Florence with her thesis about analysis and virtual reconstruction of Area Agripiana. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you. And I share my screen. Okay. Okay. And this study is based on the remain of the Area Agripiana in the Roman Forum, and analyze and from survey to virtual reconstruction. And in order to understand the origin of Rome, we have to analyze a particular place called the Foro Romano. And the Foro Romano is localized between the three hills, Palatino, Capitolino, and Esquilino. And it was chosen by the inhabitants as a center of their business and markets. And at the beginning, the area was a swamp, but during 7th century before Christ, Tarquinio Prisco built the Cloaca Maxima and the two-foot pavement of the main square, at a crossing point of important streets, such as Via Sacra, Vicus Tuscus, Clivus Capitolinus. And this is the beginning of history of the Roman Forum. And the Forum was considered the heart of Rome, and it was used for public speeches, business dealing, and religious ceremonies. And Roman architects were greatly influenced by classical Greek art. However, the Romans also created their own signature structures, such as basilicas, triumphal arch, domus, baths, and amphitheaters. And but during the Middle Age, the Great Roman Forum was reduced to a grazing area, and the area became known as Campo Vaccino and was essentially an overgrown, abandoned field. And the ruins of Roman Forum were most inspirational for the artists, and the famous, for example, Giambattista Piranesi created a set of etching of view of Rome. And inside the Roman Forum, one of the most important structure is the Area Agripiana, between the Church of Santa Maria Antiqua, Church of St. Theodore, and near the Vicus Tuscus and Clivus Victoria. And a Horium was a type of public warehouse used during the ancient times. And the Latin term is often used to refer to granaries, and Roman area instead are used to store any kind of goods, such as oil, wine, clothing, and Area Agrippina was built for Augustus the Czar during the 1st century before Christ, done by architect Marco Vipsiano Agrippa, friend and supported the emperor. The area nearby the Vicus Tuscus and an ancient Etruscan road, one of the most street for the merchants that connected the Tiber River and Roman Forum. And this is the ruins of the Area Agrippina today. And after in this picture, we can observe an historical phases the building, and in the first phase, this is the construction in the Augustan age during the 1st century, and the remains of this period are the tufa divine walls. And after the major change of the complex is the 2nd phase during the Domitian era. On the northeast side, the brick wall replaced the previous tufa one, and that was probably damaged by Neronian fire in 64 AD. And in the 3rd phase during the Antoninus age, the Sacello was built and dedicated to Genius Soriorum Agrippinorum, and we can find the signs of this celebration in the interior, and where there are remains of a votive stage and a mosaic floor with plants and marine motif was also added during the 1st century. And okay. And the 4th phase during the 1st century in the courtyard, we can find a set of cells built with double phase mansardy and vaulted cover. And these are very simple spaces for commercial purpose or used as animal shelter. And the last phase, the apse fountain was built, but it's the starting of a progressive abandonment of the area. And the building techniques change progressively with the passing of the time, and the original wall and partition of the cell are made in Aniena tufa blocks, assembled with the technique called opus quadratum, and used in Rome since the 6th century before Christ. And after, we have the Domitian wall that is made in opus testatium or opus latericium, and in the courtyard, we have 2 other opus testatium in the Sacellum and in the pillars. And other types of the mansardy is the opus victatum, that is in this case composed of 1 or 2 rows of tufa blocks and 1 or 2 rows of bricks. And the building in the court are double-faced wall composed by undercooked yellow bricks in the exterior, and in the interior we have 3 types of opus victatum, and we can observe the various types of restoration in different periods with different materials. And this this study is realized by a digital survey, and during the workshop International Summer School in the Architecture in the Roman Forum, the digital survey was produced by with a laser scanner Zeta F imager 1516. And with it, we measured fine details and captured freeform shapes to quickly generate highly accurate point cloud. And later, the point cloud we processed it with Autodesk Recap, and to be then used on drawing programs such as, in this case, AutoCAD. And the next export from Recap produced a unique file in RCP format, and which can be opened with other programs. And such as AutoCAD, and with AutoCAD, section and plane were produced with accurate dimension of the building. And to increase and accelerate the survey process, we used photogrammetry and a technique which utilizes a series of two-dimensional images to reconstruct the three-dimensional structure of a scene or an object called structure for motion. And this is with a camera Nikon D815. We had a total picture 1819 with an accurate final result of 3D meshes. And we can utilize the software reality capture. And with this, we are created the plan and with this process, and we can observe that the linear measurement of the Roma is the best, and a Roman foot and plural pedals. And the meteorologists have come different conclusions concerning the exact length, varying between 29.1, 21.7 centimeters. And in this study, the value is the 29.47, so like Eric Bauer. And this is a plan extrapolated by reality capture. And after we can observe the northeast elevation, and that's the point of highest elevation is about 2 meters of Domitian wall. And this is the photogrammetry, and we can observe the arch of the cells and the wall partition. And after, in the southeast elevation, we can observe the perimeter and the partition remain of the original walls. And besides, we can see that the 5th and 7th rows are more prominent because they had to support a mezzanine probably made of wood. And for the reconstruction, we can analyze the archaeological remains and the threshold made of travertine, and the entrance to the room were closed by a wood panel. And after the mezzanine, holes in which the beams for the mezzanine were recessed, we can observe in the picture. And the mezzanine as elements dedicated for shop and commercial building could be used as warehouse, but in general used to increase the space. And after analyze the Corinthian capitals made of travertine and rise up from quadrangular blocks, and the design is similar to the capital of the Forum of Augustus. And for the porch, the pillars are made in travertine, and the pillars of the ground floor have a depth of 0.9 meters, and in the first floor they have the different depth of 1.20 meters. And after, this is an image of cell types. We can observe the staircase and the mezzanine, and structures cell type. And another consideration for the reconstruction of the Aurea Agrippina, we can observe another Aurea, and because in Rome we find Aurea in Settimio Severo's marble plan, but only remain are left. And the best preserved Aurea to analyze are in Ostia Antica, and the main building is composed by a courtyard surrounded by a cell organized in a comb where goods were stored. Through the analysis of these 3 examples, we can observe how progressively through the centuries the courts are reduced in size, becoming smaller and smaller, and material used change as well. And in Aurea di Hortensius, we can we have materials columned in tufa and cell in opus reticulatum, in piccolo mercato opus mixtum, and in aurea epagatiana e epaphroditiana we have opus latericium. And for the reconstruction, we can see the traces on the wall and the Domitian wall, and we can observe the arch marks the different floor levels. And the ground floor is 7.7 meters in height, and the first is about 7.37 meters, and the last floor are about 4 meters in height. And thanks to these traces, we can presume the original structures of the complex of the Aurea Agripiana, composed by 4 levels and probably with a trussed roof and tiles, and the courtyard composed by Corinthian columns. And after, for the 3D reconstruction, we utilize the 3D rhinoceros software, and the area complex were built. And then we exported the 3D model to Cinema 4D to optimize and converted the surface from NURBS to mesh. And later, thanks to the support of the LXR laboratory of the University of Florence with Ilenia Ricci, the approach to virtual reality began. And using Unreal Engine 4 software, we created 2 types of virtual tours, virtual immersive tour and 360 interactive tour. And after exporting the model in a real engine, us carried out a job of shading and lighting so as to have the right colors and environment that seemed ideal to us to the immersive tour. And the virtual environment is visualized through the use of headsets. In this case, is the HTC Pro Vive Pro, and has been used. And the second tour always involves the export to the model to Arial, but in this case, the camera are set to 360, imported then in the program Pano 2 VR. That's convert the various shots in interactive experience. And this is, no, sorry. Okay. This is the interactive tour. We have a marker and we can observe the entire area.
Sorry, Francesca, we can't see your screen. Maybe you can try to unshare and share again.
Ah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, now we can see.
Yes.
Thank you. And we can observe is this is the interactive tour, and we can see the original problem, the original complex, and we can observe the that now the Aurea Agripiana, and okay, and we can see the information panels that will guide your visit, and we have a history, and after we can see the cell types, and the first the characteristic threshold, and in the disease explain the threshold, and after we can analyze the composition of the wall in opus quadratum, And after this is the staircase to climb to the mezzanine, and the staircase, and after, and we continue our journey in the bar vaulted porch, arriving at the stairs, and this is for the upper floor.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And this is probably the Area Agripiana. And as for the later plan, later level, we can know that we really like, because we don't have enough remains and evidence to lead us towards something certain. So it is assuming that they were plans for administrative loggings, or they that they vaguely recall the Insula, ancient Roman apartment building. And after we can observe the Vuher video, and yeah. You see the video?
No, we
No.
can't.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, now?
No, yes.
Okay. And this virtual tour of the area with headset.
Meanwhile, maybe we can have the address to this website if we are able to reach it on the chat.
Sorry?
Can we have the address to reaching to that 3D model? I remember that you were sharing it. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't.
The link, she means, like the link where we can.
Okay. Okay, and thank you for your attention, and I share the link in the chat.
Thank you very much. We have 3 minutes, and we can have one question if there is.
We actually have 1 minute, Özge, I think.
Okay.
So it's better to go on to the next speaker.
Let's continue with the next speaker, who is Marica Grifo and Carlo Inglese from Sapienza University of Rome. Marica Grifo completed her PhD at Department of History, Representation and Restoration of Architecture at Sapienza University of Rome in 2020, and she investigates the field of architecture representation and survey with both traditional and digital methods. Carlo Inglese took his PhD in Survey and Representation of Architecture and Environment in 1999 at the Department of Survey and Representation, and since 2006, he is professor at the Paris Master of Second Level in Architecture and Historical Construction for the Recovery of Public Spaces of Sapienza. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. And I also wanted to thank Francesca, because actually she perfectly introduced even the same area I'm going to talk about. We are kind of actually really close to the Area Agripiana. We are in Basilica Iulia. And what I'm going to present now is kind of a very integrated work that since 2017, we conducted with archaeologists and other historians and other different kind of professionals involved in cultural heritage field. So, as even Francesca was showing, basically the area are down here. This is the Colosseum, the entrance with the Arch of Titus, and so on. And what I'm going to present is the Basilica Iulia that is here. On this area, we basically performed the first survey with integrating different methodologies we are going to see. And then we try to find ways to integrate this data with ones coming from geophysics, so diagnostics. Of course, after these two main phases that were data capturing, mapping, and data elaboration, we got our analysis and interpretations thanks to the help of archaeologists, of course. So basically, what we surveyed was not the what we see now of the Basilica Iulia, but was the excavation area that was for the first time excavated during the 1963-1964. During these years, you see this part over here was excavated, and all the documentation about the archaeological remains was very well represented with hand drawings and pictures and so on. After this period, that excavation area was then buried again with a ceiling made of concrete, I think. And starting from then, that area was not anymore accessible. The last year I was presenting from the Roman Forum, and so you could actually see the area that is now completely buried. This is because, of course, for conservation purposes. So they need to maintain the same level of temperature and even humidity in that area, because, of course, those remains are very fragile. So actually we had the chance, the very unique chance of access to that area, and in 50 days make all the data capture. The main goals were of course connecting that survey, the survey of the excavation area with the topographic map of the whole Roman forums. After that, we had to capture the RGB accuracy as well as the metric and geometric accuracy, because after these 15 days of survey, the area was closed again to the public. So archaeologists and even us, we were only working from that moment on the digital twin, on the digital copy of the area. So for this reason, it was very important to have all the informations we had to then, that we need then to make our considerations and our analysis and our studies. So basically, what's the problem in this area? It is that it's kind of dark place. There is no natural lighting. And even, as you can see from this picture in here, there is a very strong complexity of the morphology of the space, because you have all the trenches and you have blocks coming up and down and so on. So it's kind of not so uniform, homogeneous space, plus completely dark. And this is kind of a very important problem. For this reason, for what concerns the RGB data capture, we use the photogrammetric processes, helping with this kind of device. So our camera was mounted on a camera cage with some lights on the side, and you could regulate, first of all, the intensity of each of those lights, and even the temperature, the shade of colors that the light emits. This ensures that every picture that you bring of this side can be actually illuminated with the same amount of light, with the same tonality, let's say. So the data capture with the DSLR camera was kind of slower than usual. We usually make, I don't know, 1,000 of pictures in not that much time, while in this case, bringing all these tools, the data capture phase was kind of slower than usual, but still we could actually have a result that was homogeneous from the color point of view. And in addition to the structure from motion and the photographic data capture, we also used topography. Topography in this case was crucial because the Roman Forum provides a topographic net of the whole city center of the old Roman Forum. And so we wanted to understand what was the exact location of the excavation area in the area of the Roman Forum, even to understand, for example, what are the levels of each excavation trench. And because of course this is so important from the archaeological point of view. So topography basically to connect with the Roman Forum, but also of course to create bundle adjustments and so to improve the result of the structure for motion processes. In addition to this, laser scanner, we made a laser scanner data capturing phase to ensure, of course, metric and geometric accuracy. With structure from motion, we get a super cool chromatic data of the area, but you also need to combine it with laser scanner point cloud to ensure a better accuracy of metric and geometric features of the building. So those three guys over here were merged together in just one model. So the result is a sort of multi-resolution numeric model because, for example, we captured the surface of the Basilica Julia only with a laser scanner, simply because we were not that much interested in capturing all the very small details of the surface of the Basilica Julia. That was just like to complete the survey. What we were more interested on was the excavation area underneath that was instead captured with the different methodologies we just saw just 1 second ago. So this makes a model, a numeric model that is kind of complex because merge together informations that have different resolution, starting from the selective acquisition that we can perform with topography and with total station, to a very detailed data capturing that we can perform with photogrammetric processes. Well, until now, nothing new on the table. I mean, we just performed integrated survey we are used to, so massive technologies, massive methodologies with selective ones and so on. But actually, what was interesting was that sometimes we think that with the survey, we can know everything about structure. We can access the whole information to archaeology and to, in general, monuments. Well, this is not exactly like this. When we talk about some monument, we always have to consider that in addition to material features, there are also immaterial factors, environmental factors, conservation context, and of course, interpretation. Well, at this point, we can say, but okay, yes, from the material point of view, so if we cut off the material aspects on the material features of the elements, we know everything through survey. Completely wrong, because the material is made of solid features and surface features. So actually what we do with the architectural survey is just related to surface, to the surface of the models. And we only, through survey, can investigate geometry, morphology, and color. That's it. So, of course, when we talk about architectural survey, we always have to keep in mind that we are exploring just few limited features of the object. So, for this project, we started to think about to enlarge, let's say, the knowledge of the object by adding data coming from other sources. This is diagnostics. In this case, we investigated what is the structure, what is underneath the surface through geophysics investigations. And well, we started with the GPR investigation. What you see here is the tool you use to make this kind of data capture, that this seems the tool to cut the grass. And what you see down here, they are called radiographs and are just the very first output that the GPR brings out. Of course, if I give you this image and I tell you to just, and I ask you to tell me something about what you see, it's sort of what? I mean, of course, you cannot understand anything only looking at those radiograms. For this reason, the radiograms are then interpreted by geophysics to get mainly this sort of 2D representations in which you see these dark areas that are the ones that were surveyed with the GPR diagnostics. So basically, what is used to be made is that from the diagnostic point of view, archaeologists get this sort of 2D plans, 2D overlapping of the archaeological remains with GPR information. Still, it's a 2D representation. But guess what? The data, the original data, is instead 3D. And it's this guy over here. So when the geophysics can take the data out of the tool, they get something like this. It's three-dimensional. And at this point, we were like, yeah, but we made a three-dimensional survey of surfaces. You have three-dimensional data of what is under. We need to merge this data in a three-dimensional environment. I don't want to just flat everything with 2D images. And same exact thing with the tomography. Those are the two kinds. I'm not going too much into it, but basically, thanks to this kind of diagnostic methodologies, we can understand, starting from the humidity of the soil, the voids that are created into the soil, if there are structures buried inside, and more or less at what level from the surface. So even for what concerns tomography, actually what you get from the data capture phase is this 2D time slice. They are even not proportionate with the real object. So what you need to do then is to import in a CAD file and stretch them to make them overlap with your plan. That is something not so orthodox even in the archaeological field, because of course, I mean, it's a lot related to interpretation. But even in this case, what you actually have at the source is three-dimensional. So basically what we did was to use different methods to merge together into a three-dimensional environment, both the surface information coming from 3D survey with information related to the solid we acquired with diagnostic tools. And that was incredible because from the tomography, we could actually understand what was the stratigraphy underneath the Basilica Julia, and even compare in a three-dimensional environment what was on the surface with what was beneath. Basically, you see here the data capturing of the tomography. Each one of these spots is one sensor, let's say, one electrode. And so all these electrodes were captured with tomography, but also captured with topography. So the topography became the joining point, the merging point between the 3D survey we performed on surface with the GPR and tomography investigations. And here you get some of the views of the 3D point cloud, in which you have in the excavation area the axis of some of the structure, and then you can see in the tomography what is the prolonging of those axes. And that was incredible, because allowed us to have a control point, a checking area that was the excavation area, but then we could guess what was in the not excavated area thanks to tomography and GPR. Well, actually, after this phase of data capture, we moved to the interpretation phase. So basically, we moved to a more standard approach in which, starting from the point cloud, we segmented it, dividing the different stratigraphical information we got. So both the point cloud was segmented, but also the 2D models. This is interesting because usually archaeologists are used to work on 2D plans, while in this case, all the considerations they were making on the different phases of the stratigraphy were made directly on 3D, and the 3D point cloud actually was informed with the stratigraphical elements. And here we go. We got the 5th century before Christ phases, and then the 4th century, and then the Basilica Sempronia traces, the Basilica di Cesare traces, and the one of Augustus. So all of them were segmented into both 3D models and 2D models. Same thing, of course, even for vertical sections and so on. Well, at this point, almost at the end of this process, we got with some questions that are maybe still open questions. I mean, from a certain point of view, we need to create general models in which we combine together information coming from different sources. So geophysical information and also historical information and so on. So we need to gather all this information together in just one model. But from the opposite side,
sorry for interruption, Marika, you have 2 minutes left for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. From the opposite side, you also need specialistic models. Why? Because sometimes when you gather information in only one system, you always are missing something. When data are transformed and moved from one system to the other, it's never lossless. You always lose something. So actually, we were kind of wondering, okay, what is the good approach? Making general models, gathering all information together, or working only on specialistic models? That means the tomography, it's in its own three-dimensional space, the topography is in its own three-dimensional space, and so on. What is better? Well, for now, the answer is that, of course, there is a continuity between these two words. That means we need general models for interpretation and analysis of archaeological context, but we also always need to keep specialistic models in their own world, let's say, in their own universe. This is to make the data, the raw data, this is to keep untouched the raw data, even for sharing it with other people that are involved in the study of archaeological heritage. And here we go. So we made the first phase of data capture and integration of a numeric model, the interpretation phase, with the goal to create a 3D informative system to actually even include reconstruction of all the archaeological phases that we just saw. hear some texts, and that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mika. We can have the questions in the end of the session because we're running out of time. The next presenter is Hazan Serjan Salam, who completed his bachelor's on urban and regional planning in Istanbul Technical University. Then he completed his master's on conservation and regeneration in the University of Sheffield, then did a PhD on preservation of the architectural heritage at Politecnico di Milano. The stage is yours.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. So can you see it?
Yes, we can see. You can do a full screen.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Hello again. So welcome to my presentation, which is entitled Adramytteon Revisited, the Urban Transformation of an Ancient City into a Byzantine Provincial Capital. So just speaking where we are in the West Anatolia, in the Gulf of Edremit, Turkey, opposite the Greek island of Lesbos, next to the Aegean coast. And that the ancient city of Adramytteon is actually in the modern Ören neighborhood of the town of Burhaniye. And the ancient city was actually abandoned around the first half of the 14th century, but those materials were reused in modern Burhaniye town center by the Ottomans, which remains 4 kilometers inland from the coast. And that modern Ören neighborhood of Burhaniye was founded in the late 1950s on top of the ancient city. So during this process, the remnants were largely damaged and leveled, although they stayed intact more or less for a long time, but it's a kind of devastation. So we're talking about the living area in terms of this ancient city. So as a part of Adramytteon archaeological excavations, which started in 2012, as I'm a member of its scientific committee, but there was also another archaeological excavation between 2000 and 2006 with a rather limited context, but now we are trying to understand the city with a wider urban and architectural perspective that I'm carrying on my research in this subject. So about the topography of the ancient city is actually consists of a coastal ridge with 4 hills with kind of distinctive geographical characteristics all along the coast, but our paleogeography research showed that the coastal ridge that the Adramytteon ancient city was built on top of it was previously a peninsula, while 2 rivers from the north and south actually filled the area and make it a smooth coastline in long centuries. So to talk about our findings in the area, I'll follow a very strict north to south direction. So while I speak about this hill or that sector, just keep in mind that I'm coming from the north towards the south. And then I'll talk about my conclusion. So we're in the Bergaz Hill, the northernmost part of the city, which was a small cape previously, but then filled due to alluvial deposits. And on the top layer of Bergaz Hill, we discovered some late Roman, early Byzantine burials and some foundations that we were unable to understand, but show some building complex in this area. But from lower levels, we have very regular Roman, Hellenistic, Archaic, Bronze Age, and even Neolithic small findings. So showing that Bergaz Hill in the north was actually the oldest part of Adramytteon. So we're not even sure what the name was at that time, but being the oldest part of the settlement. So in a little bit southwest, next to the coast, there is the ancient harbor with a pier of 130 meters long. And due to its architectural characteristics, such as dovetail joints and bossage masonry, and when compared to similar examples in Anatolia, we can date it to roughly to the Hellenistic period around the 3rd century BC. And It comes as no surprise, as the city was an ancient Greek polis at that time with regard to numismatic and historical evidence. And we know that from underwater small findings that date back to Hellenistic Roman and late Roman periods, the ancient harbor had a constant use until the Byzantine period, and even during the Ottoman period, when the city was abandoned. The pier was still in use for the inland Burhania. And in the eastern symmetrical part of the ancient harbor towards the inland, there is Yılanlı Hill, like the hill with snakes, if I may translate. And we've discovered some Hellenistic Roman rock-cut tombs and small funerary findings, which were then converted into a quarry, supposedly during the late Roman or Byzantine periods, but actually probably a necropolis of the ancient city. And in between the narrow neck between the ancient harbor and the necropolis, supposedly, we've discovered some Roman villas and a paved street dating to the Roman imperial period, precisely. And towards a little bit south, now we are in the central sector of the coastal ridge on the Ören Hill in sector E. On top of the surface, let me say, just a little bit below, we've discovered a late Byzantine storage from the 13th to 14th centuries, and then a middle Byzantine public building from the 10th to 11th centuries with much stronger foundations, because we needed to remove those like weak constructions of late Byzantine storage, but in the deeper levels that middle Byzantine public building appeared, because we can safely date it to the Middle Byzantine period due to the lead seal of John VIII Xephilinos, who was the Patriarch of Constantinople in the later 11th century. But in fact, that Middle Byzantine public building was converted from a Roman bath complex from the 2nd century with regard to the stylistic similarities of its mosaic floor to the examples in Ephesus. And it's also not a big surprise, because from historical sources, we know that Adramytteon was an administrative center in West Anatolia as a conventus iudicus, as a judge seat with some regional command in the area. And in sector A, now it appears like a middle late Byzantine foundations, a kind of fortifications with significant Roman spolia. And in the central part of sector A, slightly south of the sector E we just told, appeared another late Byzantine storage complex from 12th to 14th centuries with a lot of collapsed epithos from the same period. And we actually were able to identify 36 in total with various commodities. And following the that commercial layer from the late Byzantine period, we found again archaic Hellenistic small findings showing that the settlement also occupied this part of the city next to the coast. And in sector D, just slightly east of sector A, we just stopped, it appeared a late Byzantine, a very dense residential area adjacent to the fortifications that you can see here. The photo is oriented towards the west, and dated to 12th to 14th centuries, according to this Zeuxippus, very typical late Byzantine small findings. And immediately below, as you can see, the shift and the changed angle below the late Byzantine layer, some late Roman and early Byzantine residential area appeared, but it was significantly damaged and cleared and leveled in order to build this late Byzantine fortification and residential area on top of it with a much different orientation that you can recognize here, this shift. But the function more or less remained the same as residential, excluding the new fortifications that appeared. And in the eastern part of the Ören Hill, as you can see from the map, there were further late Roman and early Byzantine residential area where some individual burials, a kind of simple inhumations in between. So we can talk about like a huge residential area covering the eastern wing of the ancient city. And in the main excavation area of us, being sector C, we discovered a 7th to 8th century basilica, which then converted into a 12th century burial chapel, as you can see the narrowed down apse here. So for some reason, this old basilica from the 7th to 8th centuries was narrowed down, rebuilt with same materials, and converted into a very intensely used burial chapel. And it also comes as no surprise because from historical records and seals and numismatic evidence, Adramytteon was an administrative, religious, and military center in the West Anatolia. So supposedly a basilica served with a religious function in the center of the city. But we also know, according to Anna Komnene, a contemporary historian, that following the Battle of Manzikert in 1093, the Turkish warrior called Chakas, in Turkish Çakabey, destroyed this very populous city. So this could cause this shift in the very center of the Byzantine center of administration. And this is the place we just told, the North Church with the burial chapel. And in the south of it, we've discovered another church with a typical crossing square plan, as we just imagined it according to the planimetry and some very similar examples all around Turkey and, of course, the Balkan areas. And it actually leveled some Roman villas, but built from scratch in the 12th century. So it is very apparent that while the older church that represented the religious center of the city converted into a smaller chapel, a brand new church was built some 50 meters or 60 meters south of it with a planimetry of that time by the 12th century. And we also know that even during the very late Byzantine period, the city was still a religious and administrative center in the West Anatolia before the conquest of the Turks in the 14th century. So the southern border of the city is defined by some fortifications were hastily built from rubble material with a very abundant mortar from the ruins of the city. And we can precisely date it to the 12th century, not according to only the historical records from Anna Komnene, who mentions the restoration of the governor Eumatios Philokales in the early 12th century, but also similar fortifications from the period of Alexios I Komnenos in the West Anatolia that were fortified against Turkish raids and reconquered by the Byzantines. So this is where the ancient city ends in the south of Ören Hill in Adramytteon. There are some urban theories and hypotheses that were most recently discussed by Professor Kamitz, thanks to his great contributions and also invitation to this symposium. We have like three main hypotheses that were discussed in his two recent publications. The first one is the ridgetop theory for a continuous attractor geographical element on urban routes along a ridge, and limits as new centers for the urban growth direction, where the urban limit tends to become the new urban center during the growth of the city. And finally, medievalization for walled up and densely and organically irregularly rebuilt post-Roman cities. So when we put all the things together, like our archaeological discoveries and these hypotheses, and only according to small findings, the prehistoric Adramytteon occupied the northernmost Bergaz Hill. And during the Hellenistic, Roman, and late antique periods, like long centuries, the Adramytteon covered all the ridges, let me say, speaking generally, like it was generally inhabited. And during the early and middle and late Byzantine periods, let me say, it shrank into the southern section of the Adramytteon, speaking generally. But this is according to small findings. So it was like speaking generally, it was like an inhabited area. But for a major urban and architectural discoveries from our archaeological excavations, we clearly notice the shift of the centrum. After the ridgetop theory, limits as new centers, and demedievalization. While the prehistoric settlement was in the north during the Neolithic and Bronze Age, it then shifted towards the south, while the Hellenistic harbor and necropolis are located during the archaic classical Hellenistic periods. And while the Roman baths from the 2nd century appears even southern, so when considered only the monumental architectural discoveries in this case, and during the early Byzantine period that appeared the large basilica, and even south, the Middle and Late Byzantine church from the 12th century appeared. So we can clearly see a parallel and similarity to this bridgetop theory and the limits as new centers and medievalization according to major urban and architectural discoveries from the field. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions or any comments, we'll happily talk more very soon.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have some minutes. We can have one comment or question. Please. If we have.
Please.
Sure, Professor Kams.
Just one comment. Thank you very much, Sechan. We're always so happy to cooperate with you. So looking for the future, there might be a chance, whenever it will be possible, to do some kind of summer school in Adramytteon. So because we're in this summer school, we're running two kind of parallels. One is Adramytteon, and the other one is Soli Pompeiopolis. We're going to have a series of keynotes, lectures about Soli Pompeiopolis, which is next to Mersin in Turkey.
I know.
So maybe next year we will be able to go to Adramytteon and let's see. Okay.
Yes, I talked to our president of our archaeological excavations very recently, and he confirmed that, and he said that he'll be very happy to cooperate with you and benefit from the Italian school of thought, let me say. So we're in.
Okay, but ask him if they have rakibalik there.
We have.
Okay.
Abundant.
Var. Çok güzel hocam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are continuing with the next presenter, who is Giorgio Verdiani, a researcher and professor at the Faculty of Architecture of Florence with PhD in survey and representation of architecture and the environment. He is specialized in digital survey using laser scanner technologies, photographic survey, image post-processing, and 3D computer graphic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, everybody. So welcome once again, and here we go. And I go sharing my screen right now. So done. Oh, too much after to share. 1 second. Simply screen sharing should be too easy. Sometimes. I lost my presentation in the list, sorry. Okay. Why it's not opening?
We are waiting.
Sorry, the problem is the sharing by the mobile. That's a bit tricky. 1 second. Screen and here it.
It didn't appear yet.
Sorry, 1 second.
Maybe we can make it.
No, the problem is that it does not appear until I open the sharing. And when I open the sharing, I enter the screen, so it's a little bit tricky from this point of view. Why there is no mind.
Would you like to take the next round, Professor Verdiani?
No, just 1 second, and I will take it. Again, I go switch into
Giorgio,
share by using the link. Please tell me.
if you want, you can share the link with me, and I can share my screen, and you can talk over it.
Yes, it can be an option, but 1 second. Here we go. And it should be done right now. Let's go with the URL. Okay.
Okay, we see that.
Yes, my data, because there is the top of the safety.
We are seeing a Google screen right now.
Yes, yes. Fantastic. Second, and it. And sorry for the delay. Okay.
Giorgio, you're sharing your password on live stream on YouTube.
Yes, I will change it later because it's the top of the safety. You have to, for safety, you have to share. You are protected to everyone they pass.
Now I see the presentation.
Yes, I know that you see it. Okay, perfect. So the problem with these things is to manage it with ideas. So, and there is a continuous problem with, because you have the safety, but you don't have the safety. You have simply a mess. Overall, did you see it clearly now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So my presentation is about a scenario of tools for digital survey. And so here we go quickly, and we start from the tools that are tools of representation, first of all, because every time we manage to draw, to produce the graphic, to produce the results, it is about to sharing drawings that are based on a geometry or a digital solution that allow to cross between the digital world and the world of representation. And this means to have a common language, something that we can share that works in a very nice way. For all the first time of the digital graphic, this tool was mainly used for representation. Then little by little, this graphic element passing from representation moved to be a part of information and now are completely a part of the management of the real world. So we always manage the real world using a digital twins, using a digital version of the real. So this is a sort of reflection that any architect should make, because he passed by the formulation of a digital project or a digital design or the creation of a digital twin of the real. And then, but this is done not simply using basic tools or very elemental tools, but with a system that is all aimed to using certain kind of components that are the geometry of the digital. So the digital geometry is something that is at the base of the knowledge about how we represent the world. And this makes sense every time we start drawing. Most of the troubles, of the issues, of the bad situation that you may meet creating your version of your project or the recreation of the digital twin from a built heritage element is due to issues connected to the digital geometry. So having a good idea, or at least a basic idea about how digital geometry works, their subdivision in categories may help you in better work with all the data coming out from your ideas and your intention. And this makes sense, especially if you start taking a look around and you notice that it's quite a very simple, there is a very simple series of categories that you can understand and use easily. because we have just three main categories that are the common tools for architects, and are the polygonal modeling, the NURBS modeling, and the subdivision surface modeling. But most of the time, you will be using polygonal or NURBS modeling. So it's a very simple system, but quite strange. No one tells you, because the softwares use their own way to present your work. Sometimes they are tricky because they tell you that a surface is a solid, or tell you that something that is not that clear about the mathematics behind what you are drawing. So every time an architect hear the word mathematics start being concerned about how complicated it is. So it's better to tell you that it exists something like primitives or something like a simple surface, and not telling you what is the mathematics behind, and then you discover that there are troubles. In this method, it enters also the point cloud logic, because from a certain point, the introduction of the geometry made by points creates a particular situation where all the architects started thinking, well, I have this point cloud, I need a surface model, I need a 3D model out of this particular 3D model. So it is something that brought from some theoretical approach a difference between, for example, the concept based on numeric model, taking care about point clouds and polygonal geometries, which is a quite strange group, but in a certain way makes sense. And then the mathematical models based on NURBS geometry and surface subdivision surface geometry. This is something that maybe may have its logic, but sometimes is more tricky than any other thing. So first of all, you have to consider that when it is a matter about creating a digital twin out of the real, is about passing by a point cloud. So somewhere you have an entity made by points that is a simple description of single point sampled by a tool that can be photogrammetry, can be laser scanner unit, and create this point cloud of value. Then it's about the tools you use to move it toward polygonal geometry or toward a NURBS geometry. And this is quite important and common, especially because you have a very detailed point cloud available. You will have for the Roman Forum, you will have in time in a lot of situations, because it's something that is not going to disappear or change into something different. Probably there will be in the future simplification of the tools, simplification of the procedures, better automatization of the procedures, but most of the time you will start from a point cloud. And this kind of basic version of the digital twin sometimes is the better version of the digital twin of the real, because it's the most accurate. It is made only by the point taken by the tool, and so you have an accuracy. The sharpness of the results is only dependent from the. It only depends from the accuracy of the tools, of the instrument you are using, and by the accuracy you give to the alignment of all the elements together. So it is something that gives you an extreme level of detail, and every time you move to simplify, resample, or change it into another kind of geometry, you will have a reduction of detail. This is very important, and you have to keep in mind that a point cloud, so something produced by a 3D laser scanner, for example, is made by a list of coordinates and a list of colors. The coordinates are expressed by three values, the classical x, y, and z value that place the point in the space. They are a very simple conversion from polar coordinates into Cartesian coordinates. And then for each point, you have an RGB value. So you have a red, green, and blue value that creates the color for the element. Now pay attention, because somewhere you may find weird ideas about converting this value into the real color. This is not that easy. This is almost impossible. You have simply reflectance values, or sometimes you have a camera included inside the scanner, or a replacement of this color made by some software that allows you to transform all the information from the color of the point into colors that are not a simple grayscale or rainbow scale that makes sense only when you need a strong difference in tones in your drawing. But this allows you to make a difference, to distinguish between different materials like stone, plaster, metal, wood, and so on, and to put in evidence sections and various drawings that allow you to understand better the relationship between the parts of what you scanned. And so the survey tools that allow you to create this kind of data are most of the time 3D laser scanner units, with about 25 years of overall story and about 20 years in cultural heritage and built heritage applications. These units are getting in time little by little lighter and lighter and easier to be used. So it's not more like in the first period, in the first times, bringing around 100 of kilos of tools, but it's about moving with from 5 to no more than 10 kilos of overall weight. So it's something that anyone can do, but doing it well requires a certain experience. So we have different technologies, just the two main technologies that allow you the measurement of the points all around the laser scanner unit, and this allows you to have panoramic view that cover our very large areas. The laser scanner unit that we are going to use starting from next Monday in the Roman Forum will allow us to take points up to 180 meters of distance, so a very good coverage, and with a very high speed, because we will be able to get high resolution scanning up to, we may say, without putting the picture together, about 6 minutes for a very high resolution of all that's around the scanner. And obviously, second tool, very important and extremely interesting, the photograph. The great revolution in photogrammetry allows us in less than 12 years to have an extremely versatile and powerful tool that allow us to create models with texturing applied, with high level of details, with a very good accuracy, and all depends from the quality of our shooting, because it's no more about having a calibrated camera, a very high quality camera. They are contribution to the result, but the most important part is our capacity, our ability, our skills like photographer to take a good picture. So if we are good photographer, we will take a very good photography. Otherwise, with a very poor photographer, don't expect for having a good result from photography. But it's only about to get a stable position, to get good focusing, to get good perspective, and the SFM IM structure from motion image matching algorithm will allow you to get very good 3D models with texturing applied. Sometimes someone may ask, but it's better to take laser scanning or is better to take photogrammetry? This is not a football match, it's not about to choose in your party, it's about to understand when is better and when is possible to do with one tool or the other. So it's all about experience, and there is no solution that is better without the correct experience. But you will get it using these tools, not looking at them on a screen. And last but not least, consider that right now there is a, we may say, popularization of these tools, because you can take a photogrammetry using a very cheap camera or even the camera from your mobile phone. And there are laser scanner units that are extremely portable, fast, and extremely versatile for rapid photogrammetry and quick survey of areas. And they require a very minimal experience. And so if you are taking scanning of flats, of apartments, of a small architecture, you will be a very good surveyor in a quick time. But if you need to take the scanning of an archaeological area, a large archaeological area, or of a castle, like the one where I am right now, and but you will need tools that are a little bit better and different than this one. But keep in mind when it's about taking images, 3D images from small architecture and apartment, like a DLK 360 is an extremely versatile tool, and we have used it even for historical architecture, for that minor spaces, and working with it.
You have 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. Perfect. And it will be an extremely good solution. And then you may experience, if you have an advanced mobile phone, like the last iPhone, you have the LiDAR function that allows you to have a 3D model out of small items and so on. Moving fast, keep in mind that right now there is a lot of talking about the scan-to-beam solution. It's very interesting. It requires work, and it requires extreme simplification out of the point cloud. But it's extremely interesting, and we will see some samples during the workshop. And then you can add the notes on the point cloud, your specific interpretation of points, pictures, drawing, and so on, because these enrich the final result. And moving to what we are going to do, here we move straight to the Roman Forum, and we will be back soon, but in the past year, we took the first part of this survey. So we have all the first part ready, and is online, is in the shared Google Drive. Here we see some images from the previous survey, and is fully available. It was the basis for the thesis of Francesca Montanaro. You just see the result, and keep in mind that when you access the Google Drive, you find two folders. The 2021 is the new one, but the 20,000 and the 2020 folder allow you to access the digital survey folder. There you find the contents from the previous year. So please go there, access the data, download them, because they are not something that you can do in place at the moment. You need to download them, UMRAR, extract the data, open them, and use them. And then please download and install at least a recap from Autodesk. It will allow you to open the contents, to see them, to edit them. It is not a cheap tool, but it exists in the academic version. You will have at least 1 year of free license as a student, and you will be able to follow the whole workshop using the full pro version. And obviously, you can use the point cloud even straight in AutoCAD. So, sorry for all the people using Apple, but sooner or later, I have to tell you that there are these kind of tools are not available for Apple for some various reasons. But in the end, there is for digital survey and Apple, there is a couple that does not work. So if you don't set up a second boot with Windows. So keep in mind, you can open the contents even straight in AutoCAD using the insert point cloud insert file and using the point cloud RCT format. You have everything available from the matter of contents in the shared folder, but please install the software you need to work on with them. In this Autodesk recap, and I don't say you need Autodesk AutoCAD, but you have, I suppose you have it. So that's all for now. And any question is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very informative presentation, so the students can use the documents from last year. We are going to be continuing with Ilenia Ricci from University of Florence. Her main focus is the built heritage, and within the Department of Architecture of the University of Florence, she supervises undergraduate and graduate students for digital survey, photogrammetry, and VR-related research. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Just a second. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Ciao, Ilenia.
Ciao, Giorgio.
Sorry about the closing the presentation, closed the wall connection for me.
So I'm going to talk about virtual reality for architecture. I'm going to present you 3 case studies between past, lost, and present architectures. So what I'm going to present are 3 case studies that address different issues and timeframes, not only in approach, but also in the pipeline type. The first case, as you can see, is the Medusa's heads, and they are located inside the Basilica Cistern in Istanbul. And in this case, the type of approach to the theme was methodical, since we had to deal with historical architecture and archaeological sources. And everything was developed following very carefully the latter. The Basilica Cistern, called Yerebatan Sarnici in Turkish, means cistern sinking to the ground, and is from the 6th century. And that's where the 2 Gorgons protomies are located. We also had a third one found at the end of the 19th century and now lies in the Archaeological Museum of Istanbul. The Basilica Cistern rise below the site where there was this large Stoa Basilica destroyed by a big fire, a place where markets were held and where citizens could meet, and a place for the community, basically. It was made in 535 by Justinian, reusing elements and remains of the Stoa Basilica, and was used until the Ottoman period, after which there was no more news until French archaeologist Petrus Gillius discovered it by entering the house of some people, and so that they were able to collect water from the trapdoors in their homes. So from 1545 onwards, the cistern underwent restoration, up to the most recent in 1987 with the construction of walkways and the opening to the public. As you can see, those are some pictures inside the cistern. And inside the cistern, we have these 2 protomies representing 2 Medusa's heads, mythological character and of material interest, since it has been part of the artistic scenario from its first appearance in the 8th century before Christ up to the present day in many shapes. The peculiarity of these heads lies in their position, and it is what struck us the most and pushed us to ask questions about their real origin. Because it is quite evident that in this case, the spolium se has become spolium re, and they no longer have the apotropaic symbolic function of the horrid that drives away the horrid, but takes on a pragmatic character. And it is an element which we assume was not made specifically for the cistern, but taken and reused as a base of the 2 columns. So we ask ourselves, where did they come from? The results obtained have been disseminated in different ways. The one you can see on the left is a video of a sharing platform where we upload the texture mesh of the 3 heads so that they can be viewed by a wide number of users. And the other modality of fruition is the one of the immersive virtual visit. And I think I'm trying to show you in real time with the headset. what's going on inside the visit. So I'm opening it right now. And let me know if you can see, please, in a couple of seconds, what's going on. Okay, are you seeing anything?
Is to see the presentation, the same page.
Still presentation?
Maybe you can unshare and share again.
Yeah, of course. Are you still seeing the presentation?
Yes, still the presentation.
Maybe you can try to show.
Now
Yes, now it's working. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to put my headset on and I'll show you what's going on inside the Basilica Sister. So, as you can see, I modeled the 3D. I made the 3D of the sister inside the Maxon Cinema 4D, and then I import everything inside Unreal Engine 4. That it's a software we use for the creation of the virtual environment. And this is the environment that we create of this Basilica Sister. I also put inside this stand with the QR code where you can go close to with your joystick and everything, and the multimedia contents appear. So I'll show you something just to let you understand what's about. And I'll take you to the main with the interesting part where we have the two Medusa's heads. So as you can see, this is the first one. I hope you can see what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Perfectly, yes.
Perfectly. Okay, I also did put here on the QR code the hypothetical reconstruction of the original context of the Medusa's heads. This is the example of the temple, the reconstruction of the temple. And on the other side, looking towards this one, we have the other reconstruction, the hypothesis of the reconstruction of the Stoa. And the last one I'm going to show you is the reconstruction of the temple. Of the arch, the temple was the other one, or the arch, where you can see this is the Medusa's heads inside the Archaeological Museum of Istanbul. And yeah, that was the wait a sec. Okay, so this was what's going on inside the Basilica Sister. So let me continue with the presentation. One second. This is the video I made. Okay. So in the second case study, the main theme is the reconstruction of an element that no longer exists, starting from 2D drawings. This iconic temporary architecture was built between the late 70s and early 80s, and it has represented the symbol of what is known as temporary installation. It was created specifically for the Venice Biennale of Architecture in 1979, and still recalls more than 30 years later the typical charm of something that was once there and now no longer exists, if not virtually. So that's what we ask ourselves, how to bring an architecture that no longer exists back to life. And we did try that with the virtual reality. So our purpose is to keep this feeling of curiosity alive and untouched, and then fulfill it thanks to develop of the virtual environment in which has been relocated the theater. The process behind the virtualization began with the documentation about the architecture, and it was necessary to collect information about the structure and the form of the building itself, using architectural drawings and various photographic sources. Thereafter, it was possible to carry out the digital modeling of the object, performed as always with, that's the software I usually use. It's Maxon Cinema 4D, and then exported in Unreal Engine for the virtualization of the environment. And the experience led to the digital rebirth of the disappeared architecture. And this is a video, a short, quick video I made to show you the reconstruction of the theater of the world. And if we have time, I'll try to show you again what's going to happen inside the virtual reality immersive tour. I don't know how many minutes I have left.
You have 9 minutes left.
Okay, that's fine. So
actually 7. So
I'm going to show you also this one. You still seeing the presentation, or you can see anything?
We see the presentation.
Okay, well, just 1 second, I'll try. Still the presentation, or?
No, it's working.
You can see the theater, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we see the seat.
Okay. So this is the other example. We are inside the virtual reconstruction of the theater of the world. Okay. This is the virtual environment that it created. As you can see, we have Venice around. We are in Punta della Dogana. And yeah, that's the theater of the world. I think you cannot hear it, but I also put some background sound, so to make everything more accurate. And yeah. So yeah, this is another video where you can see what I just showed you. And it's the visit inside the virtual environment. This is the interior of the theater of the world. Yeah. So, speaking about the last example I'm going to show you is completely different from the ones we have dealt with so far, because it develops from a new design idea, which does not lay its foundation in the past. The project was born as a collaboration with a group of female architects called Rebel Architects, who had to create an installation for the Venice Biennale of Architecture. And given the period we are living in, they were asked to create something that could be used not only on site, but also virtually. And after the first hypothesis that you can see on the screen, and design proposal, we came to a final idea, and I follow the usual workflow that must be followed for the realization of virtual projects. So I start from the modeling on Cinema 4D, and then move on to the realization of the virtual environment. And the fruition, the type of fruition adopted in this case was the one of the 360 tour. We then produced the 360 tour within a real engine, creating these 360 images you can see on the screen, and then developed the virtual tour using the software Pano2VR. I'll show you quickly how it is, the final, you can see it? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is the tour, the virtual tour we created, and when you can move around following this marker, and you can access to different link and information, and yeah, you can click where you can see the flashlight, access to link. If you are interested in something else, it's like an interactive visit, and it's an interactive tour. Here you can see, you can click on this long list of names. Those are the 130 rebel architects, and this link take you to another planet where you can find all these names and click on some of these names and access to their multimedia contents.
Scusi, Yelena, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm close. I'm
okay.
At the end. So this is the a picture of the real environment inside the Biennale architecture. And yeah, thank you for your attention. I hope you like the presentation.
Thank you. It was really nice to see different environments. And we are going to be continuing with Alexia Carlambos, who graduated in architecture in 2016 at the Department of Architecture of the University of Florence. She has a research grant on the topic of information management of real estate assets by using methodologies and tools in BIM. She will make the presentation entitled Generative Modeling from Architecture to Archaeology. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Let me just share my screen. Please. Can you see it?
Yes, we can. You can make it full screen.
Fine. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
It's in full screen?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to introduce you to the argument that our world is rapidly so changing with the new technologies. Now, our designing problems become more and more complex. So we need to address our new tools and the technologies that can help us manage all these new complications, and we can obtain more innovative solutions. In the recent years, the arrival of the artificial intelligence, also the virtual reality, has brought up a whole new way of technology to change our designing processing. These algorithms that we can use at the generative design can actually figure out how to solve the complex of the new problems that we can have by their own. Now, despite the potential of this automation, designers will be fundamental to the creative process that relies on the people's unique talent and their decisions. As the technology develops, the nature of the designer's roles is likely to change, and all the designers have to change with these new technologies. And now I would like you to introduce you to these new technologies and how to use them to automate our design's workflow. And so here I would like to show you and tell you that the generative design is not just a new software, but it's a new approach to designing process where we can work with a new set of tools to describe a designing problem to the computer. The computer then will generate many possible solutions that can help us find the best solutions for our problem or our decision. With this approach, we can also optimize the repetitive aspects of our designing processing, and also will allow us to think outside from the box, and will allow us to a new way to find the solutions that before with the traditional use of designing processes it was so complicated. Now we can achieve them in a much shorter amount of time. Here I would like to show you some new some characteristic examples of the parametric and generative design. And using this method, though, it doesn't mean that we have to be really devote to the more time to the creative. We can devote more time to the creative aspect of our designing, and that we work like and have new examples for our architecture. So the generative design is really a powerful tool for any designing aspects and building designing, and requires really new skills like parametric modeling, computer simulation, the virtual reality, and optimization algorithms. Through the learning of these new tools may seem really difficult at first, as you can see on the screen, that seems so difficult to manage. But the knowledge that we gain, like obtaining these new knowledges, will pay off throughout the rest of our designing career. But if you think about it, if we learn these new tools that will automate our designing process, that doesn't mean though that we'll automate ourselves outside from the job of designing. But don't worry about that, because the generative design does not mean that the computer will design and decide everything for us. Every generative design application is so specific to the designer, because the designer is what decide what will bid, and the optimization will not give up the control over the designing process. But in archaeology, parametric design modeling is very useful. As you can see, we can have various model combinations of solution from the same model based from scratch. Like from here, you can see from the simple box, we can have various solutions for the roof. The generative design algorithm then will create and test different configuration of this roof, and it will explore a wide variety of possibilities and then convert them to the best solution based on the requirement that we set, the designers. So in the generative design, the digital algorithm will extend the designer capabilities by more rapidly generating and evaluating designing options, and will help the designer how to draw and better find solutions for what he needs to find out. So the new designer will be like a hybrid, I can say, between the human and the algorithm. So they will make it even more critical for the designer like us to understand how these generative algorithms work, how to input them, and what they would do well, how they work, and what their limitations are, because they also have some limitations. So here we can also see that the simulation of the pedestrian movement, these simulations can really be useful for the specific areas of interest, where we can manage with a quite easy way for the complexity of human also behavior, of all the mechanisms also associated to the pedestrian movement. So as Ilenia showed us before with the virtual reality, we can also decide which pedestrian movement the people do, because it can be really useful also to architects, designers, and planners, and all of the researchers to understand how people can move into a space. People move from their start point to their end point. But in the meanwhile, they will decide which is the best route for them, avoiding obstacles, and right now also people because of COVID. So, but even in the meanwhile, from their start point to their end point, they can see a target, like something they're interested to, they'll go there. And there we will stop and see what they're interested to, and then go to their destination point. Another really interesting point of the generative design and parametric design is the distribution of city blocks. And this is the method that allows us to automatically generate the combination of valid parametric models of topology of the buildings, also ancient buildings, because this is the method. It's so useful that it allows us to extend the range of solutions, and it can develop various and many solutions, and it can create random buildings, or we can input them all the things that we need that that building should have on a given master plan. So that master plan we can decide that, or we can input that to the PC. Nowadays, this new distribution of the city blocks can also be used nowadays to estimate the solar energy using the input of the geometries of the building that we do. And right now, I would like to introduce you also for the evolutionary optimization. In archaeology, it can be really useful because it's the use of the problem solving that we can have the optimization through the evolutionary algorithms. And we can develop better models for our use. Using the evolutionary solvers, such as Galapagos that I'm showing you here, it can generate parameters interiorizations to find optimized solutions for a given problem. Our problem can be anything, from the height to the building, from the solar energy, from the volume of our building, or from the base of a ceramic, or anything. Through this evolution, algorithm, they think like the population of living beings, that they change over time through the process of variation and selection. In each generation, the variation it's gonna rise from the reproductive process. With this reproductive algorithm that process the testing is dramatically speed up by the computer, it's gonna be more likely to arrive to an optimal result in so short time. So an evolutionary solver can, instead of to think about of organisms like human beings or anything, we can put also inside the input of the building solutions. And instead to have the goal of the reproduction, the goal can be the solution for our building a specific problem. The critical benefit of these evolutionary solvers is that they do not need to understand completely the problem that they're solving. They only need the input, the output, and the fitness. The input is going to be all of the parameters we're going to tell them. The fitness is going to be our goal. So it's going to be what we need them to find out. So the solver just needs a clearly defined goal, and it's going to control over all of the inputs that they will allow us to vary and test outside all of the solutions and see which is the closest to that goal. So the solver can evaluate all of these features based on the definitions of the fitness. So that fitness, it's going to be the goal of the designer. And all of these solvers can often slower, that's their limit. They're going to be a little bit slower based on the definition of the fitness. And these solvers, they're going to find you in any way, any kind of solution. And then when the problems are smooth and their solutions tend to be optimal, so that's going to be the best solution for the problem that I'm going to tell them. But when the problem, they're going to be a little bit rough, a little bit difficult with a lot of inputs. So if I'm going to give them this a huge landscape, I want to have also the height, the solar energy, or the pedestrian streets, or anything. That's going to be a little bit harder to find. So, but I'm going to have the best solution for that problem through mathematics. And maybe it's not going to be the best one, but that's going to be the optimal one. So when we're facing messy problems, rough problems, or we do not completely understand all of the relationship between the input and the output, so how it's going to be the building height or the solar energy or the pedestrian street, and how all these going to mix together, the evolutionary solver, they're going to be the best solution that we can use. And here, for example, just to be simple, I can show you this simple case of study of this ceramic, where what we want here and what we want to study is the base or the opening of this base. So here, with just a simple click of the parameter here, the variation seed here in Grasshopper, that Grasshopper is a plugin of Rhinoceros, we can retain and we can obtain a lot of solutions with just a simple click, and then we can find the best solution for us. So if we say that on this phase, the optimal solution was about 2 centimeters, the evolutionary solver will do all of the calculations, and we will show us and obtain the best solutions for everything that we need. Because the 3D modeling is often used in archaeology, and the process of digital reconstruction of the archaeological objects requires a lot of time, how can I say that, time-consuming processes. And typically all of these procedures is between the archaeologists and with the computer modelers to produce the most correct models. And the use of the shape of the reconstruction of the archaeological heritage is what we discovered during the surveys. And like these small ceramics, and all of the archaeologists can remodel all of these all of these bases and base them on their studies and see and have a lot of variations of the same model, so they can decide which one was the best one and which one was the best solution, and which one was the most possible solution to have. In this case, we can generate a digital model for each artifact that we have in a so much small timetable. And these programs that I've shown you here is Grasshopper, and if I go before, this is Galapagos, that is also a plugin of Rhinoceros, that is the evolutionary solver, that is a plugin. And these things, this one is a Model 3D, is also a plugin of Grasshopper that we can use them in archaeology. And this is the Sim Pedestrian, for also a plugin of Grasshopper. So all of these algorithms and the mathematics can help us. It can help us to find the best solution for our problem or what we are seeking to find out during our studies in archaeology. And in my opinion, all of these programs and all of these new technologies can help us to be more effective and more reliable all of our decisions, that we can have a look in archaeology in our studies through them during our surveys, and during our models also through the point clouds and everything. We can find the best solution, and we can use the computer that can help us decide everything and gets the best solution for our survey. In my opinion, and in conclusion to this survey and this, I would like to tell you that the generative design tools can eliminate some designing process and automatic, all of the steps that we are getting annoyed to do, and they're stealing us time from our creativity, and we can be more effective. But all of these tools, they will add a whole new responsibility to us, our designers, that we really have to understand these powerful tools and these new tools, so we can obtain better solutions in a such smaller amount of time. So I think I'm done. I was really short, and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm here for that.
Thank you. We may have one question if there is one, because we have some time. If not now, we can have the questions in the end of the session.
Okay, let me just interrupt my screen.
Okay. We are going to be continuing with the next presenter, who is Tom Rankin. American architect Tom Rankin received his master's in architecture at the Harvard University Graduate School of Design, a BA in architecture at Princeton, and a laureate in architecture at Sapienza University of Rome. He is founding member of ISAR, a nonprofit organization dedicated to architecture, art, and archaeology in Rome, and former director of the association Te Veterano Onlus. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Özge. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Can you see this now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to be speaking about something that I hold dearly. It's the relationship between public space and tourism, and specifically in Rome's central archaeological area. The goal of this talk is to examine this dichotomy between the necessity to preserve our monuments on the one hand, and the necessity for people, urban dwellers, to use public space. And so obviously, there's always been restrictions to access to space, depending on religion, gender, social classes, and all. There has been at a domestic scale this idea that we preserve something that we hold precious, whether it be an icon, whether it be that precious silverware, the plates that you only use for special occasions. Okay, so that's not really what we're talking about. Clearly, we want to protect things of value. In Renaissance houses, you even had a room which would have been protected for the Pope. In the Doria Pamphili Palace in Rome, there was a room set aside for an eventual visit by the Pope. Growing up in suburban America, similarly, not really similarly, my friends always had the room where nobody could go. The furniture was covered with plastic. We worked around that, of course, just like Jonathan Doria Pamphili played in the papal room. We would work our way around it, go into the garage, go into the other spaces. So human beings find a way of gaining access to space when they need it. And then, of course, there's been lots written about the problem of the commons when in Renaissance England, social unrest happened when the common space was fenced in, was enclosed. But at an urban scale, at least until the Industrial Revolution, and even later in Italy, generally, it was rare to obstruct access to civic spaces. If we think about the grand villas in Rome, the Villa Borghese, which, although officially private property for the aristocracy, these weren't exactly off limits. There was a kind of tacit understanding with the people that they could gain access to the space, the park, the collection, long before it was officially declared a public park. And so, since I've now gone and introduced the notion of public space in Rome, the map you've been expecting, the 1748 Noli plan, which more than any other document shows us the relationship between public and private space. So the Noli plan, for those, I'm sure everybody knows it, but it not only is an amazing survey of the city, but it also systematically analyzes the structures and spaces dividing them into public
söylediklerime misafirlerine şey yapmayın. Peynir istemiştim.
Voices there, that would be great. So public being white and private being black. So, you know, in the sense of the Noli plan, it's black and white, but the city of Rome is not. And so to give you a sense of that, I'm just going to quickly go through what's happened over time with one of these urban artifacts that we see here in the Lanciani plan, here in reality. And hypothetically, let's say that I'm over here on this red dot in the left, which is actually true. This is where we're broadcasting from. And over on the right, I put a dot at the base of the Capitoline Hill. So in Noli's time, I would walk out the door and I would walk down Portico d'Ottavio and past the Theater of Marcellus and be at my destination. In today's city, that walk would require a little bit more circuitous walk around, and even to get across a major street would require going down to a traffic light to safely cross. I could also have taken the river route. In Noli's time, pretty straightforward around the ghetto where we are. Today, again, even the river route would require a more circuitous passageway. Why? Because there's a big archaeological park in between. I say it's not all black and white. In fact, there's a gray area there because a decade or so ago, they opened up a passageway through that park, which is sometimes open, sometimes closed. During the pandemic, it was closed because it's run by museums. So it was treated like a museum, even though it's a public space. So we're used to the interruptions of civic space. Now, sometimes they're temporal, in the case of a disaster like the earthquake in L'Aquila, or right now, Circus Maximus is being overrun by the Opera Theater. So it's being fenced in to be turned into public space, but for a paying public. Venice this summer, the Biennale, Hashim Sarkis's Biennale, may be affected by the presence of the G20 finance ministers in July. So more and more frequently, public spaces are closed off with a variety of reasons. So I'm going to be talking about the difference between open spaces and closed spaces. There's no regulation requiring, you know, although Italy has more UNESCO sites than any other country in the world, there's no regulation that those be open. They are just by, or that they be fenced off and protected. By default, many of them, like the landscapes of the Val d'Orcia, or Rome's historic center itself, which is in all cultural heritage site, they are accessible and open to all. And many of Rome's civic spaces, like the Capitoline here, the hill here, the Palazzo Campidoglio, are what Rossi would have called urban artifacts with great artistic lineage. Michelangelo worked here, and Bernini and Borromini in Piazza Navona, but they are first and foremost public spaces. Ironically, some of the more recent public spaces, Renzo Piano's Auditorium or Zaha Hadid's Maxi Museum, are closed to the public more often than not. I was at the Maxi recently and to see the Aldo Rossi exhibit, and I found that the museum was open, but the public space was closed. They stopped people from entering the piazza, saying that because of COVID, the piazza was closed. So I'm very interested in how we define these things. So now turning our attention to the central archaeological area of the Roman Forum, it's actually two areas that we're looking at. This one I've indicated here is the site of the Roman Forum and Palatine Hill, for which you pay a ticket to enter. It's the second largest bounded ticketed museum site in Rome after Ostia Antica. I'm not even talking about the Vatican, of course, because it's not in Rome technically, although most of it is also a museum. And then the other site around that, which we see a bit here, comprises all of the other monuments, Circus Maximus, the Baths of Caracalla, and out and beyond the Aurelian Wall. Okay, so all of this comprises the central archaeological site. Now, if we use Noli's logic, we see that between the gray, the dense, but porous fabric of what was, well, the edge of Monte, and what is labeled Campo Vaccino in the Noli plan, the grazing lands of what is now the archaeological site, there's a pretty clear distinction between the black of the historic center and the white of the empty archaeological park. The Via Alessandria in particular, which runs right along here, is a special case that I'm going to get to. So we have, in transformations that take place in the 20th century, 1930s, Mussolini's evictions and spentimenti, we have what had been black now becoming opened and turning white. But then with the advent of the archaeological park, what had been white becomes privatized and turns gray, turns black. So over the years, I know that there have been different approaches to this. The forum at one point was free to access, but you couldn't actually pass through it. The Colosseum was free without tickets, which made sense because in the Renaissance, it was actually a street when passed through on the way to San Giovanni in Laterano. But today, not only are tickets required, you also need advanced booking. And often that means that only private operators who buy up the tickets to resell are able to allow people into this public space. So it becomes primarily a space for tourists. So I would say that the city has become a sort of victim of a series of well-intentioned decisions. I mean, even Mussolini thought that he was removing all the subsequent layers to show off the previously buried elements with a lot of less noble aims along the way. So to protect and promote these monuments, then fences were put up around them. That also seems intuitive, right? They resulted in the concentration of tourists in even more and more limited areas. And then with some irony around the year 2000, so between the open spaces here and the closed spaces of the new archaeological park, they went even further and they put up this little fence around the Forum Square itself. So the tourists who had paid admission to enter the Forum couldn't actually walk across the Forum. And again, it might seem intuitive that you don't want tourists walking on millennia old stones. It's the absence of use which has caused the vegetation to grow amongst the stones and cause much more damage than our rubber-soled shoes would. Earlier, when I was talking about the imperial fora, I kind of put quotational marks around the world's public space, a public open space, because in terms of human experience, the presence of these wide motorized boulevards is more of an obstacle than the grid of streets that we see in the Noli plan. You can get through the grid of streets. It's dangerous and risky to cross even a street which a few years back the mayor made essentially pedestrian, and yet still the occasional high-speed official vehicle makes the whole area essentially off limits to pedestrians, forcing them onto these crowded sidewalks, which even in the days before COVID were a kind of obstacle, like in the streets of Venice. The tourists themselves become the obstacle to the citizens and the tourists. So although the great urbanist Holly White famously said that nothing attracts people like people, he wasn't considering the excesses of over-tourism, which all signs show will return just as bad as before the pandemic. And it gives it a good time for us to think about these issues. So countless designers have grappled with the aspects of the imperial fora, some wonderful projects over the years. I'm not going to address those. But this concept of spaces which can be better defined, spaces that are too large and left undefined can be as great obstacles as ones where a gate prohibits passage. Richard Sennett points out that walls are necessary to direct movement. Like cell membranes, they have to be both porous and resistant, and that whenever we construct a barrier, we have to make that barrier porous. Okay. In Noli's Rome, the ability to pass unimpeded through what Sennett would call passage territories made it an open city. And in today's Rome, more and more of these have been what my friend Alan Seen calls Roma cancellata, the erased or fenced. In Italian, it's a pun, the same word, the erased or fenced the public areas of the city. And there's, for example, here, if we go from the ghetto to the Capitoline Hill, in Noli's map, we could find our way through the courtyards, through private spaces, even through a chapel and out the other door, whereas today that's much more difficult. One exception, I'm going to go through these quickly because there's a lot of examples of things that work and things that don't work. Recently, Palazzo Venezia was opened, so the courtyard became a public passage once again, where this blue line is drawn. One of the most successful and simplest moves to make in the city, allowing people to get through rather than around that thing. Or we look elsewhere. Scarpa's intervention in Castelvecchio in Verona is a great example of how the public can go through on one level, museum goers go through and around and above on another level. Or even James Sterling's Stuttgart Museum is a great example of public space, which is potentially a great obstacle, but the museum was designed, at least when I was there years ago, to allow non-paying public to pass through. When we get back to Rome, there's small examples like the bridge that takes us over Via Annibaldiani, which allows people through. The Colosseum, over the time it has been open, closed, paved, unpaved, and now a new project by a team led by Labix will be once again putting in a floor, but I fear that it will only be open for special visitors or special occasions. So some of these passages, like the ones that take us from Foro Imperiale through the metro station, up the escalator, across the bridge there, and off into Monti, or the wonderful passage when it's open by the team Nemesis, which takes us across the Forum of Trajan, around and up through. I'm showing you some of these on the map and how these small passages actually make for great connectivity, whereas the big white open space of Foro Imperiale makes for obstruction. This passageway allows you not only to get through, but to see the archaeological site below. And it takes you to Via Alessandrina, which is one of the sadder cases, a road which you see here in the Noli plan, which in today's plan is obstructed, although it happened over a long period of time. The past 20 years, we've seen Via Alessandrina fenced because they were going to excavate. And the fence stayed for over a decade. In around 2016, I worked with the team that was called in to propose the creation of a public space there. And we proposed using a Holly White notion of chance encounters, informal urbanism with movable chairs. But that project was vetoed. It stayed fenced for quite a while. And this past year, Via Alessandrina was erased. So instead of erasing the fencing, they erased the road. And now the archaeological site is continuous, but the road through which the users of the contemporary city would have been able to pass until last year is now irreparably erased. So we have more and more this separation of the level of the city and the level of the archaeological park. It can be done quite well here in the Forum of Caesar. It's a good example of well-designed and, let's say, protective pathways which allow non-invasive touristic traffic, and yet it's still very clearly separated from the world above, the world below. So this whole area, where again I show the route in Noli's time from the Capitoline Hill to St. John's in the Lateran, the route today going around the vast archaeological park. And I kind of want to end with, although I have some other examples to show you here, with a question. Could this be reopened again? And if I'm asking the question clearly, I think the answer is yes. This vast gray area, which is now the ticketed Central Archaeological Park of the Roman Forum, and the Colosseum. In fact, the Colosseum is part of that. I believe with the kind of technology which we've been hearing about all morning, sophisticated design, modeling, virtual reality analysis, we can confront this very, very delicate situation of how can we simultaneously allow the public to move through in passages, not creating a vast, completely anarchic, open public zone, but allowing passages through, like the ones we already have to get you up to the little church on the Palatine Hill, which cannot be ticketed because it's a church. So here I'm drawing, okay, great. Here I'm drawing a few tentative passages through, which actually I took the time to look at how these might work, but I'm not going to go into the details here. But finding ways that one could allow the public to get from one end of this site to the other, the paying public to continue to have privileged access to these sites, and following that logic to extend it wherever we have big obstacles, whether they be archaeological parks or whether they be public administrative complexes, extending that logic so that we have a more porous city, a less interrupted city, taking the fenced city of Roma Cancellata and kind of erasing the fences. And so I think that if we pursued this kind of solution as designers, that we can simultaneously protect the monuments, more eyes on the street, as Jane Jacobs would say, helps keep these monuments under surveillance and protected, and allow the public space to be occupied freely by people returning to not the interrupted city, but the continuous uninterrupted city. So thank you, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, it was a really nice presentation. Maybe we can have one question if there is.
Yeah, I can comment here. I do remember the glorious days when Alan Seen, opened the exhibition Roma Cancellata at the Studio Murbi. So I'm very happy that you picked it up. And I wonder if we can get Alan at some point, at any point, talking about his ideas about the forum, which are indeed very, actual even today. So that's my comment. Thank you very much, Thomas.
I'll ask him. I'll ask Alan.
Yeah, if you do, bring my personal, very warm regards to him.
I certainly will. By the way, I wanted to also add that the permit that we've been waiting for to go into the forum, which we thought we would do early this morning, it arrived just now as I was speaking. So we're going to go over there during lunch break, the team that's here, and we'll capture some footage to share with you during the lunch break.
In case you're going to be there at 2 o'clock when we begin, you might want to do your, very short thing from there, because I think Murat Shaheen, the head of department who could not join this morning, is going to give his salutations at the opening of the second part of the conference. So if you want to do it 5 minutes from there, we can do this, I think, right?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect. And the next presenter today is Maria Elisa Amadasi, who is a PhD student in classical archaeology at Sapienza University of Rome. She graduated in classical archaeology from Sapienza University of Rome with a master's dissertation on the Traun Aqueduct. She is currently conducting a PhD research on Aqua Virgo. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see it?
Not yet.
No?
No, we can't. Okay. There is one green button on the below of the screen in the middle. Okay, now it's started.
No? Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you especially to Professor Kamitz for the invitation. My contribution today is titled Aqua Virgo from Sources to Architecture.
When discussing ancient Roman aqueduct, what usually springs to mind is the image of monumental archways, spanning entire valleys and crossing rivers. Ruins which have not only been portrayed throughout the 19th century, but also represented a widespread and common theme in Romantic art and literature. But while almost all the other Roman aqueducts fell into a state of abandonment and turned into ruins, Aqua Virgo has kept on working. Along with Aqua Traiana, that here we see indicated by the purple line, it's the only aqueduct still active since the antiquity. In fact, despite that the Aqua Virgo has been constructed more than 2000 years ago, it has never stopped functioning, and still now it supplies some of the most famous fountains of Rome, such as the fountains in Piazza Navona, the so-called Barcaccia in Piazza di Spagna, and Trevi Fountain, which now represent the terminus of the aqueduct. Aqua Virgo was completed in 19 BC through a program of intense urbanization carried out by Augustus and Agrippa in order to develop the Campus Martius area. The occasion for the construction of the new aqueduct was offered by the Agrippa's baths, which were the first public thermal complex ever built in Rome, and parts of which can still be seen today in the incorporated into modern buildings. The ancient terminus of Aqua Virgo has never been found. There's no archaeological evidence which can inform us about the correct location of it. But according to Frontinus, the terminus shouldn't have been so far from the area of the Pantheon here. In this plan, I have indicated in blue the final portion of the aqueduct, the one that inside the city was running on top of arches. Arches that now are almost completely disappeared, either because of destruction, either because they are hidden due to urban expansion. The conduit of Aqua Virgo was almost entirely subterranean. Of a total of about 21 kilometers, barely 2 were in fact running on the surface, which means that roughly 90% of the aqueduct was below ground. For this reason, the aqueduct has left very few archaeological remains on the surface, and its visual impact was, and still is, much lower than that of the aqueduct with monumental archways. But that doesn't mean that Aqua Virgo didn't influence the city of Rome and its surroundings, but on the other hand, its almost entirely subterranean conduit is exactly what has preserved its continuous activity until now, what has ensured the constant flow of fresh water to Rome. The aqueduct started in a marshy area southeast of Rome, about 20 kilometers far from the modern city center, in an area now called the Salone. From here, the subterranean conduit followed more or less the line of the ancient road Via Collatina. But at some point here, in the locality now known as Portonaccio, it turned abruptly north, with a sharp and unexpected change of direction. From this point, the aqueduct kept its route all around Rome, finally entering from the northern side. The reason of this unexpected change in direction is currently unknown, and even the ancient sources do not help us in understanding why, the reason of this change. Most likely, this deviation has to be connected to the different geology and orography of this area, which was a lot unstable, subject to erosion and landslides, and a lot higher in level than the springs area in Salone. Both of these aspects would have made it difficult to excavate a subterranean channel in this area. It would have made necessary the excavation of a very deep tunnel below the city, especially in a part that was very densely inhabited. And these would have created issues, especially in connection with the construction of the earth shafts, which provided an access to the conduit from the surface. The overall topography of the springs area hasn't changed so much through time, but in the antiquity, there must have been many more active springs, resulting in a wetter environment. In the marshy ground, there were several separate springs, each one of them with its own reservoir. The water was collected in an underground basin located more or less in this area and surrounded by a cemented wall, which can be identified with the Signenum cited by Frontinus. This cemented wall is now apparently disappeared. There's no evidence on the surface. But in the archival documents I found at the archive, there are information related to restoration of these cemented wall used to dam the water. Restoration related to the beginning of the 19th century, as indicated by the arrow, the restoration of this wall. Parts of this ancient Roman wall were still visible in the late 19th century, as we can see from this collection of pictures from Parker. By comparing archival works, aerophotography, cartography, and these pictures, I believed in a first moment that these archaeological evidence, which I found during my first survey at the Springs area, had to be connected to the ancient Roman wall to dam the waters, and hence to the one photographed by Parker. But after a more accurate cleaning, the leftovers of the wall do not show trace of antiquity. And I would rather have to be interpreted as the leftovers of a channel used to carry off the water, the surplus of waters from the springs area into the countryside ditches and hence into Anus rivers. From a plan that I've recently found at the Arcapitaline archive, we can still see indicated this structure that, in my opinion, has to be referred to the same one photographed by Parker. So at this point, I believe that the ancient Roman wall has to be researched a bit farther, a few more meters eastern than what I was looking at before. I've been cleaning in this area, while I believe I should keep going a bit eastern, where indicated by the arrow. Of course, thinking that this structure portrayed by Parker and represented in these maps and cited in the archives is exactly the same one cited by Frontinus, it's very tempting, but of course, further investigation and researches will be needed before confirming or rejecting this theory. After the fall of the Roman Empire, while all the other aqueducts were being cut by the Goths and fell into a state of abandonment, Aqua Virgo kept on working. However, by then, the main springs in Salone have progressively clogged and been abandoned. Despite that, Aqua Virgo kept on working because it was still tapping water from surrounding springs and feeder channels on its way towards Rome. In this picture, we see an example of water intakes that can still be seen in the city center of Rome. Here we are under the Pincian Hill, below more or less Villa Medici, so about 30 meters below ground. And here we can still see the ancient Roman water intakes still active. The water is still coming into the channel. So this system was not spread only inside the city, but also all along its the aqueduct's route. And this is exactly what has assured the functioning, the continuous functioning of the aqueduct. Since the sources were clogged, the repairs were focused on the final portion of the aqueduct. and before the papacy of Pius the Quintus, the Fifth, there's a complete lack of information about the springs area. In fact, it was only 1570 that the aqueduct was completely reactivated and the main sources were recovered. From the late antiquity to the first half of the 16th century, Aqua Virgo was considered mainly in connection to its final part, to the portion we have seen indicated before in the Lanciani plan. The part that was interested by studies was the one that reached Trevi Fountain. The following part, instead, the one that started from Trevi Fountain and reached the Pantheon area, had already fallen into ruin. And this is also clear from the sources because it's been it has been called forma virginis fracta, which means interrupted, broken, sign that this part of the aqueduct was already completely abandoned. The abundant water provided to Trevi area made the city growing faster around the fountain itself, and the aqueduct also started being called Trevi Aqueduct or Aqueduct of Trevi. In order to keep the aqueduct active, regular operation of cleaning, maintenance, restoration, and even rebuilding were necessary. The aqueduct has hence, in some cases, inevitably changed its aspect, especially in connection with those parts which were running above ground and were more subjected to test of time. A clear example of transformation of the aqueduct through the time is offered by a stretch running on a substructure in the locality of Bocca di Leone. Here we are in the outskirts of Rome, not so far from the modern train station Palmiro Togliatti, and the aqueduct runs above ground for about 400 meters. The geomorphology of the area and the instability of the terrain have often determined several infiltration as well as cracks in the walls and consequent leaks. During the years and still now, it's one of the most fragile points of the entire conduit. In fact, during my survey, I noticed a leak, a modern leak. One of the main transformation of this structure, of the original structure, was the one carried out ruling Benedictus XIV, which has left very visible traces in the masonry and above all in the inauguration of the watering place that we can still see on this spot. Archival documents refer that already in the 18th and 19th century, this part of the aqueduct was in a ruinous state, and it required to be almost completely restored and renovated for quite a long stretch. So for this reason, instead of interrupting water, the supply of water to Rome for too long, a provisional conduit was built flanking the ancient conduit. In this way, the water could have been diverted in this temporary channel, and the works could have been carried out without interrupting this supply of water. During the survey, I've noticed here in the correspondence of the R shaft number 19, a circular structure that I believe to be the leftovers of the temporary channel that was built in order to do the works in this area. The temporary channel would have started upstream to the eastern, and then would have flanked the channel, and then it would have come back into the main channel here. This theory would be supported by the presence of a bricks in fill in correspondence of the conduit. Also, in documents I found at the archives, in plan and perspective drawings, these works are represented. So we see the temporary channel starting in this point before the so-called botte, which is a structure used for the maintenance of the aqueduct in order to discharge the surplus of water into the countryside ditches. And from here, the conduit flanks the ancient aqueduct, entering finally back in the main conduit in correspondence of the letter B. And here we would see the circular part I've indicated before in the previous slide. Letter D corresponds instead to the watering place built by Benedictus XIV. And the red part is the one that needed intense restoration and rebuilding. During the consolidation works to build the Mall La Rinascente in the city center of Rome, more precisely in Via del Tritone, a big portion of the ancient aqueduct has been brought to light. The northwestern side of the aqueduct is now visible from the underground floor inside the mall. The stretch, 83 meters long, runs on top of arches, and it can certainly be dated back to Agrippa's period. The arches are made in blocks of tuff, and the channel is lined at the bottom by a layer of rectangular bricks in travertine. The walls of the channel are in opus reticulatum, but are evident many restoration in different materials and techniques, which can inform us about the frequent transformation of the aqueduct in this point, already back to the Roman period, but then also later in the Middle Ages and under the popes. The continuous activity of the aqueduct has assured the conservation of its original structure through the centuries, and has given the possibility of acquiring unique data about the Roman architectonic features and the transformation which may have occurred through the times. For this reason, Aqua Virgo offers very interesting points of reflection for the study of ancient Roman hydraulic engineering and architecture, and represents a very clear example of coexistence, where architecture and archaeology are not to be considered isolated from each other, but rather part of the same system. The aqueduct visible in the underground floor of La Rinascente is a clear case in which archaeology hasn't stopped a project or impeded the construction of a modern building. On the other hand, it's a glaring example where archaeology and architecture have been proceeding hand in hand, adding value to the mall and giving to the public the possibility of visiting one of the best preserved Roman aqueducts, which otherwise would have been forgotten under the modern city. Aqua Virgo is now perceived mainly as a monument, but we have to keep in mind that in the Roman times, as well as later during the Renaissance and the Baroque, the aqueducts were rather perceived as an important piece of infrastructure, able to supply water to the city and to bring prestige to the committance.
Sorry, Maria, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. Aqua Virgo is now scarcely visible, but it has characterized the city, the outskirts, and the countryside, and still now it represents a significant landmark and a magnificent example of Roman engineering and hydraulic architecture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. We can start with the questions regarding all the presentations.
If anyone would like to discuss with any of our former presenters, please, this is your time.
Now we can have an hour until the lunch break.
Come on, let's discuss. Oh, you can turn on your cameras maybe, and
yeah, I think that the only two who are here are Tom and Amadasi. I'm checking the one, you know, the lecturers who gave a speech. I see Giorgio. I see Tom.
Marcus here.
Yelenia also is here.
Ilenia and Amadasi. So, you know, maybe we can post some questions to them at least. I got a few, but I'm not. I don't want to be the first one.
I think Professor Cornell have left the room, so we could actually go to the other speakers. Maybe in regard to the presentation of Francesca, is there any question regarding? Doesn't seem to be any questions.
I have maybe a question just regarding both Francesca and Elenia seem to be using a similar platform for virtual reality. Am I correct? Is that you're working together on that? And then the question, I guess, is that platform available to a wider audience? Like how would
it's
one
open. I'm going to answer you. Yeah, it's open source. So it's a Real Engine 4. Soon we'll get the new engine. It's called 5. So Unreal Engine 5, and it's open source. So everyone can download it from Epic Games Launcher, and you get access to the software easily without any problem.
So it's independent of the hardware. The goggles, all of that is something commercially available. And
you can work differently with them. You have to buy the headset, of course, to use to have the opportunity to see everything immersive. So you have to buy we have the Vive Pro, HTC Vive Pro, and the Oculus Quest. We have treated different kind of headset, but you can work with a Real Engine without using the headset without any problem.
Thanks. That's really interesting.
Welcome.
I see also Alexia is here. Oh, there's a question from Mutaman. Go ahead, Mutaman.
Hi, I have a question to Professor Giorgio about the laser scanning. The first question, he mentions that 3 types of modeling, polygon modeling and NURBS 1 and subdivision. I don't know, I think subdivision, it's kind of mixed between NURBS and polygon, but it's more close to polygon because it's much easier to map it and add texture to it. So I'm just asking about this. Have tried to work it with NURBS before or not? Second question, he mentions that we have approximately surveying data from RICA file, which it's 45 gigabytes approximately. I don't know, is it, it's a huge data. Is it in separated files or it's all in one folder? Can we work with it? Because 45 gigabytes, it's mean we need workstation or supercomputers to work on it.
Oh, well, thank you for your question, but the answer is quite easy. First of all, about the NURBS and polygonal modeling. Obviously, the polygonal modeling is the easiest way and the best fitting operation between a point cloud and the surface model, because you have most of the time perfect or little simplified version of the result in front of the original point cloud. And these give you a difference between the accuracy of the survey and resulting model that is very close to the accuracy of the tool. And this is a good way to have a good model. But you have the problem that you have a large amount of triangles. And so if you have to move towards a more lightweight and easy to manage in front of the geometrical amount of data, you have to move towards the NURBS surfaces. You can do it starting from the point cloud, or you can do it starting from the polygon model, converting it using specific software. But consider that texturing is another set of operations, because the texturing is not connected strictly to the point cloud. Even when you have a colored point cloud, most of the software don't give you functions to transfer that coloring towards a texture or to a bitmap image. You have to make various passages. So most of the time you reproject pictures on the polygon model or over the the NURBS surface. On the NURBS surface, you may have more issues linked to the kind of graphical card that you are using, and the fact that any graphical card that now, even when you use the NURBS, show you on the screen a polygonal model. So it's a little bit a tricky situation, but in the end, if you want to have a very specific control over the resulting texturing and model, polygon modeling is more trustable. But when you need a lightweight result, easy managing of the result in a software like Rhino or other NURBS modeling software, and you have enough of a projection in terms of accuracy of the point cloud towards the texturing, of the texturing towards the model, the NURBS modeling is a very good solution because you have a simplification. And most of the time you do it maybe not strictly for the cultural heritage, but for mechanical pieces and other items that are in the design process, and they may benefit from the NURBS because you need the class A surfaces and so on. For built heritage, a classical process by polygonal modeling and texturing will be most of the time very, very satisfactory for most of the users, and give you no trouble in passing to VR or similar environment for now. In the next years, we will see. And about the amount of data, you don't be concerned about 45 gigabytes or 100 of gigabytes, because when we will have finished with the Roman Forum, probably we will have about 100 of gigabytes of data, but you don't have to load them all together in memory. The amount of data is very large, is enormous, but is loaded little by little. It is a progressive loading. It is you load the level of details and the number of points accordingly to the capacity of your workstation. If you have a basic workstation, you have a slow loading of a piece, and you have to move closer to have a better level of details. If you have more RAM, more speed in the managing of the memory mass, you will have a faster operation. But it's not an issue to have an older computer. The loading is gradual, is done little by little, and so you can use the 45 gigabyte even on i5 with 8 gigabyte of RAM. It's all about using a little of Zen techniques to have patience and wait a little, but you can work with it without problem. So it's not about loading in memory this large amount of data. If you need something more about in my answer, just ask.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please, Mu'taman, do you have any other question?
I have a question to Elena, if possible. If not possible, maybe others can ask.
Yes, yes, of course.
Ask first. Okay, my question to Elena, for the Basilica project in Istanbul, I saw it's mixed between modeling and maybe the status has been modeled using photogrammetry, I suppose. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so use a camera, not a laser scanning, right?
Yeah, we did use a camera, Nikon D800.
Okay, so I don't know how many million face have you got, and how was it the experience very smooth in VR compared to frame rate? I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, it's about the frame rate. It's not a problem because when you develop a VR context, a VR environment, you have to optimize all the meshes. So when you have the final product, you have to stay under 120 FPS. So for the frame rate. So when you visit and you use your Oculus or Vive Pro, you don't have any problem when you finish the project. So you have to pay attention to the topology of the surfaces. So you have to pay really attention during the step inside the Maxon Cinema 4D, because you have to do the unwrap or the meshes and all the surfaces to be sure that everything is going to be clear enough for the final result. So it wasn't a problem. Yeah, also importing the mesh obtained with the photogrammetry was really simple without any issue, and everything was smooth during the process.
So did you have to do some retopology for them or not?
Sorry, what do you?
Did you have to make some retopology for them to smooth them more or to optimize them, or you just get it directly from?
No, we get it and then we import it in geometric, and we had to optimize the meshes to close maybe some holes we had inside on the mesh, but yeah, it was just a small step where we have to optimize the meshes and then import it in Maxon Cinema 4D and then export in FBX and then importing again in Unreal Engine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Yelinia, for answering and Mu'taman for questioning these details. Do we have any other questions from our audience? Please.
Yes, I have one.
Yes, please.
It is more a curiosity than a real question, but I was trying to address Marika Griffo, that at the moment most probably is not here. Oh no, she's back. Okay. Hi, Marika. And I mean, this could be an open discussion related with all the architects that are dealing by the meaning of survey with archaeology. Because in my experience, I mean, when I was student, so ages ago in Torino, I participated to the excavation site campaign in Hierapolis, here in Turkey, with Professor De Bernardi. And I remember we were architects, so dealing with survey, but how the survey was in late 90s, so it's ages far from what you are doing now. But we face always a sort of, in archaeologists, a sort of suspicious in relation to the survey, in relation to those points. Of course, it was already an electronic survey, a digital survey, but with just the station, let's say. Anyway, I'm very suspicious about these points that they, let's say, create cluster around what they were touching with hands. So the problem was really a difficulties to relate the digital reality, or at least the kind of abstraction of survey with the reality of stone cobbles, bricks, and so on and so forth. So the curiosity, sorry for making long this introduction, is this is still valid today, especially in relation to the level of sophistication that the digital tools are enable you to do, sensor and even virtual reality. I mean, this could also a question for Eleni. I mean, this is the curiosity. Still like that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of changing, because now the public administrations, they are kind of getting used to these terms, to these words, point clouds, survey, laser scanner. Probably they don't always know exactly what it does mean, but they are really fascinated by those technologies. In my experience, I worked with archaeologists that were super enthusiastic about new technologies. And the cool thing was that they actually used the digital model to make their interpretation and analysis. The point cloud segmentation you saw during my presentation was made by archaeologists. It was not me. I mean, I just showed them the main tools they could use, and they made everything by their own. And that is incredible, because it's really there is really an interoperability between different experts. It was not just like, yeah, okay, make this drawing starting from this snapshot. It was actually making analysis and navigating the models together to try to understand the place. So it really depends from the person. young archaeologists, young generations, they are much more familiar with everything that is digital. So, and even the fact that in cultural heritage administrations, it's starting to be a sort of mandatory, then it's helping in changing it very fastly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have in the queue Professor Kamis who wants to ask a question. Please go ahead, Professor.
I got two questions. One is for Marica Griffo. The other one is for Amadasi. So Marica Griffo, in your presentation, at a certain point, there is an image of a capital, which is, I think it's a 3D model, you know, in white plastic. Is that the capital from Basilica Julia? What capital is it?
Well, actually, we did not model anything with mathematical models. So everything was related to survey operations. We did not make 3D interpretation of archaeological fragments. This is because on the Basilica Julia, the problem is one step before. It's still understanding what is the stratigraphy of all the different monuments, one on the top of each other. So we were not that much focused on architectural elements and architectural order and so on. We were more focused, the research was more focused to understand what was the layering of the area.
So what capital is the one you use on the slide? I'm interested to know where it comes from. Let me show it to you.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about. Let me show it to you 1 second. There's something strange here. I can only share the screen. Do you see it?
Okay, no, this was just a testing in our laboratory. This is a new capital. We were just making a test on fragments to understand if this setting up of the tools that was kind of experimental was good even for white and homogeneous materials, but it's in our laboratory. It's not related to Basilica Julia.
Do you know where does this capital come from, or the reproduction? What capital is it?
Oh, don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Okay, and the second question is for Amadasi. So it seems like, you know, this Acqua Virgo was restored in Renaissance. And also later on, Sixtus V built the what is it called? Acqua Felice, which is not exactly on the same path, but very close. Do you have any further information about the restoration of the Acqua Virgo in the Renaissance? Who did it and when? Do you have any information about that?
Yes, in the 15th century, we have the first restoration from Nicolaus IV. And then the main works are for sure the one in the 1570, because that's the first time that the aqueduct starts to be restored in its entirety. So at the beginning, from the 1453 until the 1570, the works are mainly connected to the final part, the one inside the city center. While from the 1570, they also start to restore the first part, the first portion. In 1457, if I don't mistake, they also had the first exploration, the first field walking survey in the Renaissance, looking for the ancient route of the aqueduct, because it was unknown. So they knew the aqueduct was working and was still bringing water to the city, but they didn't know from where this water was coming. So there was this idea, this attempt to reintroduce more water, also in order to supply the new fountains the Pope wanted to build in the city center. So yeah, mainly for the Renaissance, the city center, and then from this 1570 and Baroque period, also the area outside of the city.
Do we know who is the architect engineer who is involved in that part in these two different operations?
Yes. Allora, we have Luca Peto, Giacomo Dalla Porta, Bartolomeo Nari, and others I do not know very well yet. I'm still working on this, also because I'm more focused on the ancient part, like archaeological part, but yeah, the main one are those for sure. Then
Because
there are other names that are maybe secondary, like Luigi Vanvitelli also did very important restoration, especially at the sources area.
Because I'm sure they did drawings, you know, that's what we do, architects, we do drawings. So I'm sure they did drawings, surveys, and they're somewhere in the archives, you might find something very interesting, probably.
Yeah, I've already found very interesting works. Especially the plans are very interesting because they haven't been published anywhere, so they are completely new and they have to be interpreted and understood. And it's not easy, especially when the aqueduct runs underground.
Okay, thank you very much. After lunch, I'm going to be talking about several things, one of which is the other Aniense aqueducts, the one, you know, coming from Subiaco area, Aqua, what is that? Marcia Claudia, Anio Novus, Anio Vetus, and of one project we did there a few years ago. So if you're still here, it would be nice to share with you what we have done in the field of Roman aqueducts and the contemporary design within that kind of context. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think we have one question from Narista Ibrahima.
Yes, thank you. My question is to Yelenia. Hello. I was going to ask what was the name of program of the virtual reality, and what is the process of creating the virtual reality? I mean, are you modeling everything in this program, or are you preparing in another program and then uploading to the...
So the name of the software is Unreal Engine 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the modeling is done all outside Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine is just a software for the creation of the virtual environment. Let's say that the modeling means are not really good enough to have a nice 3D model. So I model everything inside Maxon Cinema 4D, or you can use 3D Max for the modeling phase. I don't think Rhinoceros is good enough for this kind of modeling, because you have to pay really attention to the topology of the meshes and surfaces, and the modeling through NURBS, it's not good for virtual environment, in my opinion. Every time I try to use the Rhinoceros, I had every kind of problem and issues that get slow my process. So yeah, you have to use, I think the best software are Maxon Cinema 4D and 3D Studio Max for the step phases. And then you have to import everything in Unreal Engine, and then it's where it began the art phase, because you have to have everything perfect, because also for the lighting, you know, when you work in real-time rendering, it's difficult to have everything on set good enough to have excellent quality, because when you go on your immersive tour, you can see every little details that is not good enough for the quality of the final output. You know, you can see every little detail that is not good. So you have to pay really attention to what you're creating, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another question in the chat from Burcu Biçer Sanar to Alexia Karalambos. She says that she's not able to turn the microphone and camera on, so I will be reading the question. She says, regarding the precedents utilizing algorithmic solvers, it would be great to hear a bit of the applications at the intersection of archaeology and architecture.
I was just reading the question and I was just answering it in the chat, because I answered like you can manipulate all of the forms of your vase, or you can have all of the possible answers, and then afterwards I got the next question that he would like to hear about the applications in archaeology, and I was just answering on the chat. The advantage is to have just the most practical example I can think of is like when you're modeling in archaeology, your model, you can have in automatic all of the possible models of that form of your vase. Or if not, you can also see and have all of the possible solutions, maybe of the form of the ship that could transport all of those bases. I don't know what I'm talking about only for the bases right now, but you can have a look also, you can have also all possible solutions of the forms of the building used by that material. Or I don't know which examples he may be more interested to, so I can answer the question. Because their possibilities are so vast and so various that it can be also used in everything. That's why I'm a little bit in difficulty to answer this question, because you can tell the computer practically to calculate everything, every single thing that you can think of. Also, if the catapult, so you can tell it, I want to use this ball. I want it to go from the other side of the wall. So tell me which material they probably could have used. So they can use that catapult from here, the ball to go to the other side of the wall. And you don't need even to understand all of the Newton and all of the physics. You just tell it to the evolutionary solver, I want this thing. So my input is this thing. I have this catapult and I have this ball and I want it to go out there. So my output is, my goal is to just jump over the wall. And my variation is gonna be the material. So my fitness, so my goal is that ball has to go from the other side of the wall. My input is the ball. And so the computer, it's gonna calculate everything. So every possible solution, and then he will show you all of the solutions. So you can choose the best solution that is gonna be for you. And then it's gonna tell you, and afterwards a little bit, you're gonna see the Galapagos is gonna stop like the solutions, and you're gonna have the best solution for your goal. So if you want the ball to go from A to B, he's gonna tell you the best material is gonna be that one for that ball. So that's why I don't know which is the best answer to give.
Thank you. It is about 1:30, so we can end the session here for having half an hour break, a short break until the second session of the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Özge. So what I'm going to do right now is stop the recording.